I think that's good. Just wanted to go live, test things, make sure everything is loading properly. Hello, hello. How is everyone doing today? Hope y'all are ready, because we are going back in time. Let me know if the sound is in balance. It should be. Oh, yes. Oh, let me kill the text. Yes, yes, Pokemon trading card game. This brings back memories. Memories of being like 5 years old, maybe not even 5, it's like 4 or 5 years old. Being really young. Sounds good to you? Alrighty. I remember being a kid and like timing out the coin flips with a really awful like Geodude deck and winning because I was able to like time it out and get like 8 flips in a row. It was like the worst deck you could imagine, but it was fine. Oh, we only have 6 characters. That seems fine to me. Crazy about Pokemon and card collecting, sure. Oh, I will need to change this text speed. This is so slow. Oh, yes. Is it the Pokemon card researcher? Pokemon card researcher, yes. The classic, hey, you gotta go to the scientist, but... And I don't even know how to play the card game, but it says I'm like obsessed with it, so sure, whatever. And now we have to do the practice duel, so this autoplays itself. You can't... the deck is stacked, it's pre-generated, you have to follow the tutorial word for word. Um, I have nothing to ask. I know how this game is played. Let's play a game. Follow his advice. It's actually terrible advice for anyone playing the game. Oh yes, I remember this so much. And I remember this music. If you've ever played this game, the one thing you will definitely remember above everything else is the music. For our practice duel, choose the worst options. Oh, but here's the thing, you have to play through the entire tutorial in order to increase text speed, so this is... It's great. Just... and you thought Lin mode was a slow tutorial. The good news is this only takes like 5 minutes. Yes, it'll walk us through every step of the way, and then have us do it. Which, to be fair, the Pokemon trading card game is a fairly complex trading card game. Like, it's simple and complex at the same time, like most trading card games are. But like, the rules aren't, I guess the way I'd put it is the rules aren't necessarily straightforward. It's a little bit odd if you're unfamiliar with... If you're unfamiliar with the game, the rules can be a little bit odd, it can be a little bit hard to follow. Yes, evolve it into a form that can't actually attack because you don't have enough energy. Attach the psychic energy that you have somehow, even though you don't have any psychic Pokemon in this practice deck. Because that makes sense. And you have to do it in the order they tell you to. You can't, like, put the energy on and then evolve. You have to evolve, and then put the energy on, and then pass the turn. Oh. No. Oh, wait, I can... Oh, but then it reverses the entire thing if you don't do it exactly as they say. Not necessarily the way to design a tutorial, I would say. It's definitely... We've definitely come far in our tutorials. Also, maybe is there a way for me to get this better for you? Or is that gonna bother everyone if I do it like that? Just center it a little bit better. How tedious? Yeah, this is just the tutorial bit. Of course, if you ever need extra energy cards, the best way to farm energy cards, because his is to go back and battle him with a, quote, free battle, but it still is using... It's a free battle, but it still uses the same practice deck. So basically, you just walk through these steps again. You have to walk through these steps again, but you just do it yourself without the tutorial telling you what to do. And then you get 1 or 2 packs which have a much higher draw rate for basic energies. And so basically, you just go back and farm this guy for energy. Dr. Pitfall giving bad advice in Terrio tutorials? Yep, pretty much. Basically. And look, we're gonna top deck a Drowsy. You lose the game if you have no more Pokemon. So put Drowsy on the bench even though it's a 2-prize match. And then put a Water Energy on Drowsy. Just to power him up even though we're not gonna be deploying him. It's so dumb. And then we Waterfall just to do something. This is not how people play the Pokemon trading card game. Obviously, first of all, the deck is built horribly. Um, yeah. We are going to be doing our best to try and build a functional deck. Is the goal for today. Can we get something that's actually somewhat functional? Because the majority... Because the majority of the pre-built deck you get is not great. Oh hey, we drew a potion. Yeah, pop down a water energy onto Staryu, even though we don't have a Starmie card in hand. So we're just hoping for a top deck. That's what the game is telling us to do. Hope for a top deck. Sounds great to me. Give Drowsy some water, Dr. Pitfall. Oh, it's not even he's the assistant, he's not even a doctor. Not even the professor. Yes, and we're about to get knocked out by a low kick. Oh hey, what do you know? We drew a Sea King. Let's attach a third water energy to it. Because you gotta make sure that you always use all of your energy attachments every turn. And Drowsy doesn't need any more water. Take a gamble, you'll win big, basically. Yeah, this tutorial is just shows you how if you don't have a well-made deck, the Pokemon trading card game is a real grind. That is, if two people are playing that don't have good decks. If one person has a bad deck and the other person has a good deck, the game is over very quickly. Just evolve and Star Freeze, and then we win. Actually, no, Star Freeze only does 20 damage. It just has a paralysis check. But we get it, because of course we do. BRB? Yeah, no worries, take your time. I figured not a lot of people will necessarily tune into this, but I just want to play this again because I like it. Reminds me of, like I said, reminds me of being a kid. It's just very relaxing. Finish the battle, just attack with Star Freeze. Get the last prize and you're the winner. Well, let's play the game. I mean, to be fair, as a kid, I was very appreciative of the very slow step-by-step instructions because it does effectively teach you how to play the game. Like I said, the rules to the trading card game can be pretty confusing if you aren't familiar with it, never played before. 'Cause it's like, okay, you have Pokemon, you have energy, and then you have all the trainer cards and everything else, and just like, what are you doing? And then the prizes, and yeah. I'll do follow everything I said, but there are other styles of play, so try them out by choosing Normal Duel. Yep. Did you bring your cards? I was gonna ask chat what deck I should build. Because do we get Squirtle and friends to immediately have something resembling like a reasonable strategy because we get a Blastoise? Or do we do one of these other decks which are both terrible but I think have better trainer cards? One sec. Okay, starter decks. Have the, let's see, the Charmander and Friends deck. Start, each deck, whatever, deck save machine. I think it's the card list that we need. Okay. Professor Oak, 2 bills, switch computer search, plus power, potions, full heals, fire, lightning, fighting. Oak, Bill, Switch, Pokeball, Scoop, Item Fighter, Potion, full heal. Switch, Pokeball, plus power, Defender, full heal, revive. Ugh. Okay. You have Caterpie and Metapod, but no Butterfree. You have Nidorans and a Nidorino. You have a... Okay, so absolutely not are we doing Bulbasaur and Friends. Bulbasaur and Friends deck is the worst in all regards. It doesn't have good... So basically, our decision is between... Do we want to have a miserable time? Do we want to have some decent Pokemon for, like, a starting deck? Or do we want to have some decent trainers? I personally think that what trainers we have are going to matter more than what Pokemon we have, so I like the Charmander and Friends deck, actually. Though Squirtle and Friends is a pretty solid strategy. Do not choose Bulbasaur and Friends deck unless you want to have a miserable time. That's what I'm learning here. Let's get the trainers into a Charmander and Friends deck. Duel with many different people. Why don't you go to one of the clubs? Collect new cards and try building a new deck. Yeah, I'll do that right away. As soon as I... fastest message speed... We can keep the animations on for now. Let's check out what we're working with. So we have 2 Charmander, a Charmeleon, and a Charizard. That's painful. Like, Charizard, you can turn all the energy that's attached to it into fire, so not terrible, I guess. 2 Growlithe and an Arcanine, 2 Ponyta, 1 Magmar, but it's bad Magmar, because there are different versions of the Pokemon. 2 Pikachu, 1 Raichu, they're pretty bad. 2 Magnemite, 1 Magneton. The Magnemite are actually going to be heroes for us. The Zapdos is terrible. 1 Machop, 1 Machoke, 2 Diglett, 1 Dugtrio, 2 Rattata, 1 Raticate, 1 Meowth. Here's what we want. 1 Professor Oak, 2 Bill, 1 Switch, 1 Computer Search. You don't get a Computer Search with either of the other decks, you only get it with Charmander and Friends, and you get a second Bill with Charmander and Friends. This is why Charmander and Friends deck is, like, even defensible as an option. Charizard's a lot of damage, must be really good. Yep, no doubt. Yeah, totally. I mean, it's that base set Charizard everyone's crazy about, you know, 120 HP, 100 damage fire spin, has a Pokemon power. Yeah. Actually pretty bad, though. So, our Pokemon are pretty terrible. Freed mail. I think we get free booster packs for reading these. It's just telling us how to do stuff that we're not going to do. A second computer search. Oh my goodness, we got a second computer search right away. And is this a good Pikachu? No, it's the same Pikachu we have. A third Charmander. Okay. Okay. Oh, he's replying with winky faces. Okay. So right away, we are throwing in that Computer Search. Computer Search is discard 2 cards from your hand to search for any other card, which is insane. Search and draw in Pokemon is insane. Rattata has free retreat, so that's the only reason why it's potentially good. Meowth, we are going to take you out. We're not going to put in any of you. We are going to put another Machop. I think think I just take out the Dugtrio line here. Yeah. Was that Charizard as a paper dragon? And then if we get the medals, we can come back here, plug them into the machines, and make the decks that other people use in the game, other NPCs use. I'm not super worried about doing that. Charizard is a paper dragon. I'm not sure entirely what you mean by that. So, if I remember right, we have the Water Club and the Rock Club that we can go to. Is it, if I remember right. Oh, but first we have to fight our rival. His name is Ronald. Ew, getting a legendary Pokemon? Yeah, they're terrible. See ya. Oh, actually, we don't fight him right away. He just comes rolling through. Ishihara. Isn't he like one of the Pokemon artists or something? New member. Yeah, let's duel. 4 prizes, here we go. This joke about looking strong but unpracticed. Okay, yeah, I'm not familiar with all the terminology. Also, is there a way to remove the stupid heart from... I'm just gonna pop out the chat so I can see what's going on, because this stupid, like, emote heart on the YouTube chat is blocking half of people's words. Oh, he doesn't have a basic Pokemon, so he gets a free mulligan. He has to reveal his hand, but it's a free mulligan. Okay, so what do we have? We have 1 Charmander. Great start. Like I said, the goal for today is just try and get something resembling a playable deck. Yeah, I don't know how to get rid of it. It just is there and is really annoying. I don't really want to put down the Pikachu if I can avoid it. Okay, so it's... Okay, so he's building up his bench Onyx and just leaving this Geodude here. Ember burns your own energy for playing. I mean, we do have a Raichu. Don't they have a lightning resistance? No they don't. For some reason I thought they did. Okay, we'll play the Pikachu. I may or may not turn the music down just a little bit. There to stay, sadly, until YouTube gets rid of it. Yeah, they just implement random things. Yeah, I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit on my end. Because this is getting a little bit loud for me. Because just... I don't have the ears of a child anymore. It is loud, but I will turn it back up for you. Yeah, there we are. I'll just not take a... I'll just not drop that for... Yep, and now we sweep until he puts down a second energy and then, like, just gets all heads. Oh no, he evolves. However, 30 or less damage is done, prevent that damage. Oh, so he just walls me. Okay, that's great. So other effects still happen, so if I deal 40 or more, that did nothing. But no, he just walls me. Which is not great. I can do the plus power for some damage if I use plus power with Ember, but I don't really want to do that. And I guess I might as well throw down a plus power Since I'm gonna oak this hand away anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Presser Oak's such a good card. Oh hey, we have Bill as well. Yeah, the draw power. Double computer search? Don't mind if I do. The Pikachu and the Magnemite. Check out what we got here. We're looking for our Charmeleon and our Charizard. Okay, we do have both of them. Charmeleon is a Slash for 30, Flamethrower for 50. So if I take that... Okay, if I evolve, I can't play it. Or if I evolve, I can't attack with it. So I'm just gonna have to burn this plus power. Because I could use Ember, but then I throw away my energy, so I'm not gonna do that. Bill paying the bills. Yep, pretty much. I'm just gonna sit there and use Harden. That's fine. I should play down the Machop. Play up Charmeleon. I'm gonna Slash, but Harden's gonna make it do nothing. Yeah, did not receive damage. Is he digging for energy? Does he not have any more? No, he has more energy. He's just content to stall me out. Okay. Oh, hey, look. Discard fodder. So Fire Spin costs 4 fire energy, though Energy Burn makes all energies attached act as fire energies. So we're just going to do this, blow away his Graveler, get one of the prizes, and hope that we can power up. This is a bad strategy, don't do this, but this is just like, I don't have much else I can do. Yeah, he's going to Boomerang me to death. Ran like a bag of rock. Well, I mean, to be fair, he was stalling pretty effectively. Oh, but I have fighting resistance. Yes, I have fighting resistance that reduces all damage by a flat 30. Which is actually kind of insane. Meaning he has to get double heads to do any damage to me. Which is about to happen right now. Oh, no, we're good. And now we just keep drawing cards until we draw our energy, because welcome to the game when you're playing with Charizard. You sit here and stall the game out because you're just hoping to get the energy draw. Like I said, the only reason that I started with Charizard was because I wanted the computer search and the extra bill. Which, once we get these decks built, are not gonna matter too much. But I would rather have those than have Pokemon that have good starting abilities and no fuel to actually get them on the board. Yeah, flat 30. It's not percentage based, it's not like, oh, whatever, there's no minimum. Flat 30 reduction. Throw away that lightning energy, fire spin, let's go. And there's 2. And there's a second Ponyta from my prizes. Why are these the way they are? I don't know, this deck sucks. Oh, fire energy number 3. Let's hope for one more. What this deck needs... So, Charizard's not good. But if you wanted to make Charizard good, what you would need, basically is energy retrieval. A lot of draw, a lot of energy retrieval, and somehow if you had ways to put down extra energy on it, like 2 per turn, that'd be great. Like, you can use... It's actually not the worst idea in the world to use Charizard with stuff like double colorless, because his power makes it so that he basically turns that all into fire energy anyway. Yeah, we basically won, because he can't deal enough damage to overcome Charizard's resistance. I just need to wait until I draw energy, and there we are. Still a bad card, but my opponent had an even worse deck. Pokemon game. These 7-year-olds can mash A and maybe win. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I played this game when I was like 4 or 5 years old, and I didn't necessarily do well, but I do remember... I mean, I remember the game. I enjoyed it. I don't think any of these are good. Energy removal is good. Yeah, I will still say though that this is the Pokemon trading card game, so it's not like... Hey, get that Zapdos out of this deck as fast as possible. I'd rather have pretty much anything else. So while it is approachable for children to play, it still has a decent amount of like depth of strategy to it. Yeah, I'm not gonna listen to your advice, I'm just gonna take your cards. Ooh, a Butterfree. Ooh, Gust of Wind. For those of you who are unfamiliar with... I forget what it's called in modern Pokemon. Yeah, we'll save the game, why not? I forget what it's called in modern Pokemon, but there is a card that's... It was an item card that did the same thing, and then they had to errata it, so that it's... There's an item card that did the same thing as Gust of Wind, but they had to errata it, so like it only worked... I forget what the specific restrictions they put on it were, but they did have to errata it, so it was a weaker version. And so basically this is a pre-errata version of that card, but I forget the name of that card. Charizard, no one can hurt him. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so we're doing great. We have a Rattata who is weak to fighting, and Eradicate, who's also weak to fighting, as the only Pokemon in our hands against someone who is guaranteed to be playing a fighting-type Pokemon. So the weakness is... Is it double damage or is it plus? It doesn't tell me. Weakness. Double damage, okay. Yeah, resistance is minus 30. I think they lessened resistance on newer cards, so it was only minus 20. So yeah, this Onix could KO me in 2 turns. 3 if I, let's say promote, evolve. So Super Fang is just half their remaining HP rounded up. So what we're going to do, we're going to play an energy, we're going to computer search our way into literally anything better. Might just computer search our way into an oak, because we'd be completely out of resources otherwise. And then next turn we're going to evolve, computer search, and then oak. Is the plan. And so mixed bag, but love when we re-release obscure stuff like this. Yeah, basically. Pretty much. It's a mixed bag. I don't have Plus Expansion Pass, so I don't have access to their extended... Oh, Bill. Thanks, Bill. Oh, more energy. Well, it's getting discarded anyway, might as well. What do I want to start with? What do I want to throw down before we... So I can throw down something before we... All these Pokemon suck. All the Pokemon in my deck are so awful. Wait, doesn't Flare, like, require me to remove energy? No, it doesn't. It's Arcanine. Oh, Arcanine has, like, the worst cards. Wait, what did I leave in my hand? I don't even remember what type of energy I threw away. Yeah, you're weak to that as well. Oh, okay, fine. Do I just grab a Charmander? I guess that's the only... Yeah, I left a fire energy. Probably best that I do that. Oh, Oak for 7. Here we go. And channel a couple days ago. Really enjoy the FB content. Oh, thanks, Okapi. Hope you've been enjoying the polls I've been putting out. I know that some of them have been a little more or less, I wouldn't say controversial, but like different levels of reception, I'll say. Okay, neither of those have any energy, so let's just bite and see where it goes. How many Pokemon can you have in a deck? Theoretically, any number. There's no number for how many you have in a deck. How many you want in a deck is different. Like, you have to have minimum 1 basic Pokemon, otherwise you can't play the game. Anything beyond that is, like, freely up to you. Didn't I get him a Chop or something? Yes, I did. Here you are. Have an energy. Failed most of these quizzes except for Tom. Yeah, fair enough. Everyone has their own different areas of interest. There are different games they know more about than others. Did he play other energy? I feel like he didn't, which means he might not have any. Which means if I energy remove the Cubone and Ember him now, I might just starve him out of resources. How long until we get a Haymaker deck? Well, considering we have almost none of the pieces for one. Wait, what does Snivel do again? Defending Pokemon attacks, any damage done by the attack is reduced by 20. Okay, so it's a minor stall move. So to make a true Haymaker deck, we would need, I think, what is it, 4 Electabuzz, 4 Electabuzz, 4... But yeah, that's not going to do anything because he's reduced it by 20. 4 Electabuzz, 4 Hitmonchan, and some number of... Wait, doesn't that, like, change if either Pokemon retreat? Yeah. Yeah, it's 4 Electabuzz, 4 Hitmonchan, and 4 of the good Magmar? Using the game actually slaps? Yeah, no. Like I said, at the very start, before you got here, if you ever played this game, you will definitely remember the music. And this is just the regular battle theme. The Sleep, Confused, Paralyzed, or Poison. Full heal is actually nearly worthless. Gonna attach that so we can retreat. Switch out to our other Machop so we can low kick through the Cubone Sniffle. Oh, this is just... Welcome to stalling out. Oh, you're gusting out my Raticate. Okay, sure. Take that prize, you've earned it. Yeah, that's the power of Gust of Wind. Don't really know what I'm gonna do. Need a mono remake for sure. Yeah, card RPGs are like surprisingly rare. Like a true card RPG, like a card collecting, you know, travel the world, collect cards, whatnot. A game like this, surprisingly rare, is what I'm gonna say, because, like, you have this, and then its sequel, which is Japan only. You have the old Magic the Gathering Chandelar. I'm just gonna potion up. We're just gonna. This is our own version of Haymaker. It's Machop with low kick. It's just a worse version all the way down. Yeah, so you have this. You have Magic the Gathering Chandelar. I'm sure there's some others that exist, but I'm not familiar with them. You have card-like mechanics in some games. You have stuff like, for instance, Slay the Spire. You have a lot of deck builder. Bait and Kaidos, yeah, that's the closest you're gonna get otherwise. Speaking of which, Bait and Kaidos, really looking forward to that remake. I never played the original, but I did manage to have Origins. And I played through BKO, Bait and Kaidos Origins, and that is such a good game. And so I'm really looking forward to that remake. I just hope that I can get in a financial position to actually get it, because I would love to experience the original Bat Kaidos. Would love to experience the original of that. Yeah, Bat and Kaidos. You have card-like mechanics in, like, you have card-type mechanics in other games. Yeah, we're dead. Yu-Gi-Oh! Did some good ones? Okay, yeah. I'm not super familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games, but I would assume that they have some good ones. Okay, what do we have in the play area? We have a Rhyhorn that has a 3 retreat cost, and it's just a horn attack. What does Leer do? Can't attack during your opponent's next turn. Okay. Well, might as well start charging up Ponyta. And then... And then Gust of Wind out the Rhyhorn, because if I leave Marowak in, there's a chance that I immediately die. So let's not take that chance. I never played, just remember reading about Nintendo Power. Yeah, that's fair. Oh no, I can't attack. I remember so many of these sound effects just by, like, their sound and animation as well. Do I not have another fire energy? What is this deck? The answer is it's absolutely freaking terrible. But... whatever. I'll save the switch for when I can maybe get an actual kill with it. AKA when I draw a fire energy or something. Okay, or not. Okay, we're switching to Ponyta. We're attaching the plus power. And we're going in with Smash Kick to deal 30. And then if he doesn't switch, we win. Okay, we win. GG. GG gets the last prize. Yeah, the other thing, and I don't want to spoil this game, but there's a section of Inscription that's a card RPG, and I really love it. And I wish that that part of the game was, like, expanded on and made into its own full game. I don't think anything of this is good. Seal has Headbutt, but yeah, second switch, it's better than a... Okay, Scyther. This is a piece of a potential Haymaker. Pokeball. Coin flip for a Pokemon. Okay, what do we got? Pressing literally every button outside of the one that'll make it work. Yeah, full heal. Get those out of my deck. I'll take the switch, and I guess I'll take the Pokeball. I feel like I really don't actually use any of these electric types, especially not in here. Oh look, I have a Jolteon. I might make some like weird fun decks just because I can. Oh, you may look at one of your... the top card, a random card from your hand, or one of your prizes. That one's good to just have on the bench, and it has free retreat. Another Machop, because that was like MVP. Oh, I have Rhydon, okay. Prehistoric Power. No more evolution cards can be played. So that stops everyone from evolving. But it has to come from Mysterious Fossil. What's my energy situation like? 19 energy, I don't know if that's enough to play a deck with. Especially not a deck as bad as this. But 28's way too much. Yeah, they want me to have 25, and that doesn't feel like a good idea. Do I have literally anything else that'll help? Does the Fossil count as a Pokemon if it's KO'd? Doesn't count as a knocked out Pokemon. Okay. So I can send it in, but it doesn't give my opponent a prize if they knock it out. Okay. Tails' attack does nothing. Either way, you can't use attack again as long as Farfetch stays in play. So he gets a Leak Slap once. And then that's it. But, you know, that fighting resistance might not be the worst thing in the world. And you can have only up to 4 copies of a card. I guess I can throw in Aerodactyl. Yeah, this is going to be awful. I think I just made my deck infinitely worse with what I just did there. Let's see, what are people talking about? FE spin-off was card RPG based on Cypher. Oh, dude. If they made a card game, like a video game that like taught you how to play Cypher and let you play it, that would be great. Your cards level up, you need to unpack higher level version of current cards. There's no leveling of cards here. There's no like your cards don't level up. It is just you get different cards, you change what's in your deck. That's pretty much it. The level on your different Pokemon is basically just a way to differentiate different versions of cards. Like this says Charmander level 10. Charmander's not a great example, but like for instance Ghastly or Magmar have multiple different versions from different sets. And so the way the game differentiates them, instead of saying, oh, this is from Fossil set, this is from Jungle set, it just says, oh, you have a this level Charmander. You have a this level um, confusion, or prevent all damage done during your opponent's next turn. On a coin flip either way. Yeah, this Hitmonchan is great. 70 HP, 1 for 20. It's the core of the Haymaker deck. Yeah, I think we're just gonna dig here and see what happens. Leak Slap. He breaks it once with his attack. Yeah, it's very thematic. It's not good, but it's very thematic. Yeah, Inscription, I went in blind because I knew enough to know that this is a game that you go in playing blind and you just experience and enjoy. And I did that, and I loved it. I thought it was great. I was taken very much by surprise with what happened with it, I guess is what I'll say. Oh, and there's 20 damage. It's an Arcanine. You know what that means. Actually, I'm just going to potion this away. I'm going to computer search. Get rid of the Arcanine and get rid of the... I should have tried the Pokeball first. I'm going to get rid of the Switch. Do I want this? It's 40. One more energy. Earthquake only damages your own benched Pokemon? Yeah, that's fine. Because I'm just pretty much going to use Slash all the way to the bank. Yeah, because I can Gust of Wind out the Cubone and slash it for an easy KO no matter what. But I want to get rid of this Hitmonchan right away because that's his main source of damage on me. Yeah. Hey, Professor Oak, there we are. Excellent Church has an endless mode last time we checked. Yeah, once you complete it, you have the, I forget what it's called. It's someone's mod. Casey's mod. Yeah, once you complete Inscription, you have Casey's mod, which is a version of, like, the main game, like the, I guess for lack of a better term, Act 1 of the game, which just plays out like a lot more traditional... Ooh, a second Charizard. Oh, this is a GB Marowak. So the GB set is a unique set. It's only available in the Game Boy Color trading card game, because they use effects that have randomness or whatnot to them, and so they didn't want those in the base card game, but like the paper card game, but they do have them in the game because the game can do that better than just trying to be like, oh, have dice and flip coins and all this stuff. Like, flipping coins is a regular part of basic card games, so like the base sets and whatnot. Little coin, if heads, the defending opponent can't attack. Each player fills his or her bench with base and Pokemon chosen at random from his or her deck. Yeah, this would never be possible to guarantee that someone wasn't cheating, if that it was at random. Your player has fewer basic Pokemon in their deck, chooses all of them. Each player shuffles his or her deck afterward. That is terrible. That is terrible. I mean, maybe it's not terrible. Maybe if you have a really specific plan. Poke Flute, which one's that? Basic Pokemon from your opponent's discard pile and put it onto their bench. Okay, so you can Poke Flute out something weak and then Gust of Wind to drag it back out. Okay, I see where you're going with this. I don't think it's good, but I see it. I do have that second Charizard now, though. Jolteon, Super Potion, Rapidash. Do I want a Rapidash? I mean, it's a free retreat Rapidash with potential for more damage. Hey, another fighting energy, okay. Okay, let's modify. Pop those in so we can take out some of these. I think it was, I don't actually want Aerodactyl. I will put in the Rapidash, just because I think that's the better fit to the deck. Do not like the Growlithes in here. I guess I'll put in the extra Charizard just to make sure it's not, like, stuck in my prizes. Mitigate the chances of that happening. Okay. And now let's see what you are made of. 6 prize, it's a full duel. Maribad, yeah. Yep, the design is basically a mix of like Brock and Professor Oak. It's kind of great. So it's like Old Man Professor Oak. Okay, so we have Machop, and that's it. Cool. Yeah, I'm probably actively making the deck worse by my decisions of what to do with it. Cavalry is here. Yep, indeed. Here it is. Speaking of which, here it is. We have the fossil. We don't have anything to evolve the fossil into, so the fossil is just going to be a blocker. Hey, computer search. I don't know what he searched for, but it also doesn't tell me what he discarded. I have to manually search his discard pile. And I can't attack. Hey, another Machop. Yep. And welcome to the gym leader theme. A little bit, in some ways, more relaxing. Oh, double colorless immediately powers up for Horn Attack. Wow. Potion that up. Or at the very least, he's... Oh, he didn't even put down an energy. Is he out of... Is he low on resources? What's going on here? Yeah, he has nothing on his... Switch out. He has no energy on his bench. Yeah, I'm just gonna KO his Rhyhorn and see what happens. Hello, Charmander. These people live in the Pokemon universe. Why play a card game? I mean, it's not convinced. It's not convinced. It's not ever confirmed that there are actually Pokemon in this universe, so I don't know if they are. I think that it's just an island where people are obsessed with the card game, and that's about it. I guess I'll just save my resources and punch through. Yeah, there's a rock throw. Okay, congratulations. Yeah, I can low kick here, and then I can just plus power to KO unless he potions or something. Oh, he's powering up a Diglett. Let me deal with that. Yeah, this is gonna be a pretty easy... Should be a pretty easy fight. Oh, he had 2 energies on that Diglett. For some reason I thought he only had 1. I'll put my own second energy on a Diglett. Almost plus power, low kick for the KO. Fire energy. Oh, looks like it's saying you've got an ad. Hello. Hope you're enjoying. I should probably throw in a Charmander, throw one down. I don't want to overfill my bench though. I don't have any scoops or anything to really make it work out. Oh, this is Doug Trio. Okay, great. And he's attaching to his main, even though he has no plans of... What? He's attaching to his main, even though he needs to be attaching to his Doug Trio. Oh. Well, there we go, I guess. He's powered up an ace. That's... that could be a problem. Put down a fossil, see what happens next. Okay, so if I get... Basically at this point I'm digging for a... Okay, he's not going to use Earthquake if he doesn't have to. I'm digging for a Charmeleon. Diglett is free retreat, so I'm going to put him up first. Okay, I'm going to force him to use Earthquake, because at least that'll hurt his bench. Oh, he doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to hurt his bench. Okay. Well, in that case, I can just weaken him here and then KO with Diglett. Energy removal from my bench to Machop. Here I was assuming he would remove it from my Diglett, or maybe even from the... You know what? Whatever. I have a Gust of Wind. I can force out whatever else that I please. Hey, it's a second Charizard. Where the heck is the Charmeleon? Digletting for a Charmeleon. Oh, yes. Basically, this is welcome to pain. Oh, he has a new Diglett. Okay, let's... Oh, I have a Doug Trio. A Doug Trio of my own, you say? Let's play that, and then let's gust out his other Diglett that he had put energy on. Just take out his weaker Pokemon that he's trying to power up before he gets them powered up. That's a pretty good... Seems like a pretty good plan to me. Okay, congratulations, you've healed a Geodude from minor injuries. Doesn't matter. And now we just bash our face against the wall. Triple the power. Yep. Another fighting energy, but we would need 4 fighting in order to use Earthquake. The energy costs on a lot of Pokemon in this game, this game, I mean like in the early TCG, the energy costs relative to output are actually pretty absurd. Like, there's a reason Haymaker took off, and that reason is it takes so long to get most evolved Pokemon powered up that it's just way easier for everyone involved if you just don't even bother and do 1 for 20s the entire time. I have 2 retreat cost. Oh, that's actually kind of painful. Okay. Don't want to throw down a Rattata. I can't attack. I don't want to retreat. Use the triangle attack. So I just have to wait here until his stall runs out. Okay, that seems great. Oh hey, computer search. Let's throw away Eradicate and the second Charizard that I know I'm not going to be able to use. Grab that Charmeleon. And keep it powered up. So if something happens to my Doug Trio, if for some reason like his Leer is effective, I can just switch out and Yeah, Leer unsuccessful, so I win. But if something were to happen, then I could just switch out and KO right away. There we are. Haven't lost a single fight yet. There's the Master Medal. Hashtag totally not a badge. But yeah, card RPG. Oh hey, it's a Moltres. As a kid, I was like, hey, Moltres is cool. Discard any number of fire energy cards attached to Moltres. Then discard that many cards from the top of your opponent's deck. Slow 1-for-1 mill. That is terrible. Oh, and 4 energy for 80 on a coin flip that does nothing. Oh, Super Shuffle, Mr. Fuji. Double colorless. There's a good one. Most of the time. Ooh, Fossil Pikachu. Spark. You do 20 to your target and 10 to something else. Another mystery booster. Alakazam. Damage swap. Yeah, that leads to a strategy which the Psychic Gym Leader actually uses. It's an advanced stall dex. So, okay, so first of all, Lickitung. This Lickitung was the most overlooked Pokemon. I remember watching a couple years ago a Jay Witt's video where he and Puka played old school, like, what would be the equivalent of, like, vintage from Magic Pokemon. Or, like, GOATS format from Yu-Gi-Oh! I think is what they call it. Yeah. And so they found out, okay, they tried to build, like, Haymaker, they tried to build Stall, didn't really do it either way. And then they filled in some of the spaces that they would have had with Chansey, with Lickitung, and some other random stuff. And the Lickitung actually was, like, super good because it is just, like, one of the best Stall Pokemon you can have. Because it actually attacks. It's a 1-for-10 with paralysis. It's 2 for a confusion. It's 90 HP. It's a basic. It's just really surprisingly solid. Speaking of surprisingly solid, let's completely destroy our deck and start over. Can you do anything? Oh yeah, it draws me cards. That seems pretty good. So we are effectively more of a fighting deck than a fire deck. We could fix that if we wanted. Throwing that Lickitung. And a couple extra Mankey. Do we want the Primeape? 3 times 20 each. And that would make it a potential attacker, but that's how I feel about that. Really fix this setup though. Yeah, Super Potion seems alright. Poker Flute doesn't seem that great. Yeah. Lickitung is boss, too little interest. Just lose Flareon because it's cute. Well, let me see. Oh, I don't have an Eevee yet, so I can't use Flareon, but... Oh, one of my other friends is on Game Boy. I wonder if he's playing the same thing I am. We go to Ishihara's house. He's right here. Says, hey, read the books, they'll be helpful. And randomly as you play, he'll just want to trade cards with you. Challenge Hall. When did the Challenge Hall open again? I forget. Because there are a couple of cards you can only get from winning the Challenge Hall. So you only have one chance to get them, and then they're basically gone, or like they're super rare in packs. They're like promotional cards. And I think the only way to get them is by... You have to go to the challenge hall after getting a specific number of medals. Imakuni is somewhere... We hunt down Imakuni, I guess. Well, I don't own a Lapras, so I can't trade you for your Arcanine. If you start with the Squirtle and Friends deck, then you have the Lapras that she wants. And then you can get that Arcanine. So all of the trade cards, the people that want to trade, give you promotional cards. So it's cards that you can't really get anywhere else. Here's Amanda. And then the others, it's the other swimmer that you fight. Sam, not Amanda, whatever. Who is like... If you want to farm out packs, you just battle her because she does... She's the only real trainer in the game who does 2-card matches, 2-prize matches. Oh, come on. Wake up, please. Thank you. Please tell me I just have like a plus power in hand right now so I can just end this. Let's dig for that plus power. Let's just try. Promotional cards any good? They're unique. They're one of a kind. I think it depends. Okay, we got we got the plus power. We win. Oh wait, no, you had 50. I thought you had 60 HP. I thought you had 50. Well, that's not great. Yeah, I'm still asleep. Okay. Well, you only placed down a fossil? And I cannot retreat because I swapped out my... So Peak allows me to look at my prizes. Or the top card of my deck. Or my opponent's prizes. Or pretty much I get to look at whatever the heck I want. And so it's pretty nice support just to have on the bench. Though it does leave you a little bit wide open. I swear there's like a timing involved to pressing these, but I'm just not familiar with it. Okay, so you have Omanite. Opponent plays with your hand face up, so you know exactly what's in your opponent's hand. Okay, great. No hiding anything here. That's fine, I guess. And I'm gonna just put this on. Because my plan is to Super Potion away. Oh, no, you just retreat to the back. What? 10 plus 10 for each water energy attached. Okay. Additional to the cost of... Sure. So I Super Potion for 30 instead of 40 then. Was that your grand plan? I guess I'll just low kick you in the face. How does that feel? Oh, you're powering up your Jigglypuff some more. Okay. Put that on Diglett. And then I'll just power through. Jigglypuff knows how to take a hit. Yeah, I don't remember what the promotional cards are like. I don't think most of them are any good. They're just kind of like unique things to have and like maybe fun build-arounds. But I mean, the whole thing is like, oh, it's a promotional card. The whole idea was these are cards that in real life would be like given out to in real life, these promotional cards would be given out to people who, like, attended tournaments or whatnot. You know, promotional items. Not, like, promoting, but, like... Not promoting in, like, the Fire Emblem sense of, like, you know, upgrading, moving to a higher class, whatever. But promotional, like, oh, you're promoting the event by giving people special cards if they attend. That sort of promotional. I was gonna say, didn't you do the thing that lets her take less damage? Oh, retreated to the bench. Awesome. Great. We're fighting a Scyther who has resistance to fighting. What's that, weakness to fire? Ooh. I'll buy that for $1. Hey, here's the man. Though I could just do this. No, if I do that, I throw all my energy away. I don't KO anyway. Yeah. This way I at least force the retreat to the bench. So I think Scyther has free retreat. Want your Jagan promotional Pokemon card? Yeah. Pretty much. Train this arm spreader kick for the game, maybe not for late. I mean, so people, and by people I mean me, I've made comparisons of, like, in some ways certain Fire Emblem archetypes are similar to certain Pokemon archetypes. And the comparison basically goes that something like a... The comparison basically goes that something like a Jagan would be akin to something like a... I guess maybe for lack of better terms, like a Farfetch'd. If you got like a Farfetch'd early on, like the closest you can consider that is like the, was it the X and Y Farfetch'd you can get? Where you can get it, and he just plows you through the first gym, and then you just kind of are like, well, he's never going to promote, because this was before Farfetch'd got a promotion, which was kind of the whole point of Farfetch'd. He's never going to promote, and he just kind of sits there, and then you're going to drop him after a while. But, ooh, so many... We're getting all the evolutions, but no EVs. Oh, hey, it's Dratini. I used to have, like... when I counted up my old Pokemon card collection, I had, like, 19 basic Dratinis. It was something... or something stupid like that. It's like basic Machop and basic Dratini were like the card that I had the most of by a significant margin. Once again, only one Pokemon. It's Lickitung. Here we go. Hey, it's Mankey. Here, have that. You have a Poliwag. We're just gonna keep doing Lick, and it's like a 50-50 chance that they get paralyzed and can't do anything for a turn. Unless for some reason they're running a... It's like, unless for some reason they're running... Unless for some reason they're running full heal. They're just frozen and can't do anything. Be a dragon champion for sure. Yeah, basically, it's like Machops and Dratinis, but not a Dragonair or Dragonite in sight. Okay, so now we're just going to use Switch to switch into Chop. We're going to put the Fighting Energy on Mankey, because why the heck not? We're going to Potion, because once again, why the heck not? Maybe I should save the Gust of Wind? Yeah, no reason to keep digging right now. I don't have anything else that I'm super concerned with getting. Oh, that's a Poliwhirl. I can't use Low Kick next turn. Okay, sure. We don't have any other Pokemon. I guess I just Oak and see what I draw. Energy removal. Doesn't hurt to do that. Double Dog Trio. Interesting. No fighting energy to go with it. Oh, can't attack because of amnesia. Thank you. Yeah. I just retreat if I get anything playable. Yeah, what do you have? Double Slap is 2 times 30. Ouch, that's a lot. Yeah, forget this. Going back to Lickitung. Nope, no paralysis. Sad. Sad day, sad day. Yeah, so something that I've thought of is that the Fire Emblem archetypes and some of the Pokemon archetypes have certain levels of overlap, and I mean that's mostly just because game design has certain levels of overlap. Oh hey, look, we're stalling him to death. Stuff like... Why did you just put a 4th energy onto your Poliwhirl? You know it only has 3 attacks, right? Unless your master plan is to, like, power it up into some sort of evolved form that needs 4 or 5? I don't quite get it, but okay. Yeah, like, I've often had the concept of, like, oh, you're just giving me the free switch in, okay. And you don't have any other prizes, so I win now. Unless you had a resistance to... You don't have a resistance, do ya? Such a shame. GG. Thank you for speeding the game up for me. Yeah, because Sarah only does two prize card battles, which is a really fast way of farming Coliseum packs. Pinsir, Kadabra, Magnemar, Eradicate, Staryu, Abra, Charmander, Machop, Water Energy. Okay, yeah, nothing good. And that's not even the good Magmar. Pinsir is not good. Coliseum, here we go. Hey, it's another bad Zapdos. Ooh, plus power. Yeah. Nothing of value. I say nothing. No, it's not nothing. I can pop this in, pop in the plus power. Take out... Do I just run Charmander? Surely that's a terrible idea, right? Just run Charmander and a bunch of Machop? I mean, whatever works. It's getting me through, but at what cost, you know? Yeah, it's just gonna be the Charmander show with a bunch of Machop. I'm looking forward to see how bad this deck crumbles. Oh, whoops. You made me... why did they default to no? I understand why they default to no, but yeah. Dose, Zapdos. Yep, and it's a terrible... For some reason, they decided, hey, let's make the legendary bird cards all have, like, really high requirement moves. Which, on paper, sounds balanced, you know? It's like, okay, you're gonna, you know, make it a Pokemon that you don't want to, like, start with a Zapdos. That would be way overpowered. Charmander and the Machop Gang. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you don't want to start with a Zapdos. That'd be way too overpowered, you know? So let's make it be, you have to, like, have 3 lightning energies on it. But then once you even get that, it's not even that good. It's like the legendary Pokemon version. Okay, we have our out for the win. Oh, so it doesn't wear off if we switch. I mean, I guess I just start powering up then. Oh shoot, what are you gonna do to me? Clamp. Well. Oh wait, Clamp does nothing if you lose the flip? If Heads, hitting Pokemon is now paralyzed. If Tails' attack does nothing, not even damage. Man, if he was smart, he should have done the other one. At least then you have a 75% chance of doing something instead of 50. Okay, so check. Weakness. Yeah. So here's what we're doing. We're sending in Charmander as a noble sacrifice. So we can get Dugtrio online. Dugtrio's not going to be online in time. Okay, we're doing great. Just please keep flipping tails. No? No such luck? No such luck. Yeah, this might be the first loss of the day. Okay, Pokeball, give me literally anything. Nope. Why would you give me literally anything? Throat's getting dry. Come on. Hey! For some reason he keeps going for Clamp, because he's an idiot. Okay, we have a Charmander on bench. We are not absolutely hosed if we get paralyzed. I guess that's the thing, he wants that paralyzed, but it's like... Can we get him to miss again? Nope. Nope, no such luck for us. No sense in potioning yet, because if he... Okay, he misses the Clamp, so we're okay. So now we can potion, and that's fine. Epic is for fighting, so we have that, so let's just power you up. Hit the Cloyster for 40. Yeah, we're just gonna be going Charizard Dugtrio. If that's the game plan. Oh, plus power too, okay. Does what, 40? Okay, I don't see the need for the plus power there. I would think you had everything covered. But nope, apparently not. Okay. There's Dugtrio KO. There was no way I was getting out of that. If I send in Charmander's out, so... Adds inserted, you say. Okay. I'm just gonna keep riding through. He keeps putting more water energies on as if it's going to do anything more. but it caps at 20 extra. Yes, I have nothing else going for me in my hand. It's dead draw city. Just get... My hand is dead draw city. Just draw your prizes. I need something. Farfetch'd, you're not... I mean... I can get an extra turn. And I might get a KO. Okay. Gotta stay hydrated. Attaching water engine to Kingler. Okay. So I'm almost certainly done for. I have Lickitung, but I have no energy for it. Okay, so what do we even have? You have a Kingler. Is about to power up Crab Hammer, which will one-shot me no matter what. Charmander's weak to water. Hey, it's another Machop. What do you know? Maybe this deck idea was a bad idea. Maybe I should switch to something that has a weakness effect or something. Maybe something that's not completely weak to water, which this guy is only using, okay? What if we... I don't know. Is Caterpie any good? Almost certainly not. What else do we have? Nidoran female. Straight to Nido queen. Nidoran male. Straight to Nidorino. Is Paris any good? At least has sleep. Tangela. Oh yeah, this is Game Boy Tangela. It's actually not bad. It's a Stun Spore and Poison Whip, which is guaranteed poison. And you have the Scyther, which technically you can throw into anything. So I just need more stuff that can... Oh no, here's... Okay, so wait, here's the problem. And this is the problem with deck building in this game. Water Turner Sheet, yeah. Here's the problem with deck building in this game, is that it doesn't... It consumes the... It counts the cards that are in one of your decks as being used, so you can't put them in another deck, even though there is no point in any time of the game that you can switch decks, that you can't just switch out cards from your deck. So there's no reason why I shouldn't be able to make a new deck. Using all of the same cards as I have in this one, if I want to. But the game takes offense to that and says, well, that's a problem, you can't do that. Let's see what lightning fighting can give me. Get out of here, Farfetch'd. Which Pikachu is better? Both these kind of suck. This one at least has extra HP and has a good spark. Okay, Magnemite, that Thunder Wave is pretty good. This Magneton is pretty terrible, but Self-Destruct is something going for it. It's just a bigger version with bigger numbers. Yeah, it could be useful in a pinch, I guess. Jolteon, but I don't have... Yeah, he even has 3 Retreat. He has Thunder, which deals 30 damage to himself, and Thunderbolt, which discards... You thought Charizard was bad by discarding 2 energy cards. Zapdos has 30 less HP, and its Thunderbolt discards all energy cards. And they all have to be lightning. It doesn't have any power. It allows it to be, not lightning like Charizard and it's fire. Don't even have free retreat. What are you? What are you doing? Yeah, this Raichu is pretty terrible. Like, agility is nice. I got 2 of each just because I can. And the Diglett trio seemed pretty good. Another Mankey or 2 for that peak and free retreat, and then shooting the chops again, maybe? And then the far-fetched gamble. Yeah, sure, why not? It has to be known as the bad idea deck. Okay, let's go for it. Is that bad? Yeah, get me cards of EV News Reporter guy. Yeah, J. Jonah Jameson. Dev didn't think that through. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things that it's like, on the surface, it seems reasonable to be like, oh, well, your cards are being used by another deck. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. But then when you actually get into the fundamentals of like, okay, what does this actually mean? No. I have 1 single lightning energy. Anytime during your turn, you may return it to your hand. So it's a free scoop. It's a free scoop up. Okay. We just gnaw. Gnaw. We're just powering up Lapras. Okay. That's fine by me. You can do that if you want. In fact, I will remove that while you put it on and gnaw again. Hey, it's the other Pikachu. Starving for energy here, but you know what? Whatever works. Does this version of the Jolt affect... Was it a totally random Pokemon? No, it's 10 self-damage. Okay. Well, give me a new target, because I don't want to... If I send out Tentacle, he's just going to scoop it, so let's just bypass the Lapras for a little bit. I don't want to fight it. Seal's going to do the same amount of damage, but at least I'm going to win the fight. Because it's not going to be powering up further over time. Yep, there's the water on Lapras. Not much of consequence, you have a lot of duplicates, but you shouldn't need a bunch of duplicates. Basically. Yeah, like I said, it's just kind of common sense. Oh, and now I've accidentally loaded up my bench. Whoops. And I don't have any energy. Where is this energy? I put in 20. Here's 1. And now we're just powering up this Lapras until, who knows when. Oh, thank you, computer search. I could have used actually couldn't have used Super Potion. Speaking of which, I'll just do that, and... You know what? At this point, my hand's basically empty. I'm just gonna hunt down Professor Oak. Attach this lightning. Power up as Raichu because I can, and oak it out. 5, 6, 7. Water type Pikachu. Oh dear. That's a terrible pun. And there's no hand limit, so we can just sit here and draw cards all day long if we want. Welcome to Pokemon Trading Card Game. Okay, we're just using that to get the bad RNG out of the way, of course. Yeah, as you do. Okay, so what do you got? If I power up now... I could just self-destruct. I would take out his Lapras, and then force him just to use... I'm only going to be using Agility on Raichu, so... Yeah, no, never mind. I'll just do this. Just Thunder Wave, keep getting that Paralysis Lock. And if needs be, switch out to Raichu. Nope, apparently I'm not going to do that. Well, it's a good thing I didn't use my Lightning Energy. There's the double colorless. Okay. I'm getting a little tired. It's only been an hour and a half. Okay. Oh, wait, one sec. What was the extra effect? Do I have to... Is the coin flip now on me whether my attack goes through? Is that how that works? If I try to attack, I flip a coin and the attack does nothing. Okay, well, do I have one retreat? Yes, I do. So you know what that means. If you have lightning weakness, I win. You have lightning weakness, I win. GG. Pikachu spam worked out. Yeah, they designed this game with the idea that you'd be searching for weaknesses and type advantages, kind of like you do in the regular Pokemon game. Oh hey, here's that Lapras that the other girl wanted. But Lapras is a good card. So... And I don't remember the card that she gives me, but I'm pretty sure it's not good. Hey, it's another Lapras. I guess maybe we can check it out. And maybe if we need... You lost? How could you? Yeah, well, we'll just jump straight into it. So Amy has a Rain Dance deck, so her idea is going to be get Blastoise out and then flood down with... Her game plan's basically just going to be get a Lapras down and then flood... Sorry, not a Lapras, a Blastoise down. Preferably with Pokemon Breeder. And then just flood down with cards that have Water Gun and Hydro Pump, which get bonus damage based on how many water energies you have. It's gonna be like her whole strategy. As you can see, her bench is just full of Squirtles. And she just keeps trying to bubble. Is Pokeball ever going to be successful? It was this time. I don't know if Magneton's actually worth it, because that's going to take so long to power up. I don't know, that kind of energy. I guess I'll throw down Lickitung. I could computer search for a new energy. That was a... What am I talking about? Computer search for an energy? That's like the worst... That would be the worst use of a computer search ever. I'm just like, oh, I'm desperate for an energy. Yeah, no. I guess if I really am desperate, but I'd probably rather just computer search for an oak instead. Just to keep my handful of resources. And have a better likelihood of drawing an energy. Yeah, we're gonna chuck Farfetch'd and chuck the Machop to get Oak. Where is he? And I guess we'll just chuck that fighting energy away. We don't need it. Maybe we did need it. Bill, give me something. Anything. Pikachu, Dugtrio. Okay, we have a Diglett. Okay, good. We have something. It's not much, but we have something. Then we can Super Potion. Okay, good. We can Super Potion Machop. I'll live for another couple turns. Replace that fighting energy. Oh, hey, Raichu. Low kick. Easy. Okay. Goldeen on the bench. Okay. Water energy Goldeen. Don't matter. Just don't paralyze again. Okay, fine. You're paralyzed again. Can we get something going? Anything, please. Okay, lightning energy. That's technically not nothing. How many Pokemon powers on deck? Okay, we're gonna sit here and wait. And you're gonna evolve into Wartortle. Great. And you're gonna withdraw, and you don't receive damage next turn. Awesome. So it doesn't matter what I do, you just don't take damage. And your bite deals 40. Other effects still happen. Okay. I really wish I had that gust of wind right now. Okay, so retreat out for Lickitung. I don't get the damage, but I could still paralyze. I don't, but... Raichu above. That. Okay. That was a real stretch. I'm sorry. That one is a real stretch. Withdraw is unsuccessful. Hey, it's an energy removal. I wonder whose energy I'm going to erase right now. Yeah, the interesting thing about Pokemon's TCG, which kind of makes it work, is that the last thing you do is attack. There's no post-combat phase. And so a lot of the attacks at least in early Pokemon, were very gamble oriented. There were tons of coin flips, there were tons of, random chances for additional effects, this whole withdraw thing. And so because you couldn't guarantee anything, basically, it's like, okay, you set up what you can, you try your best, and then you attack. And whether it succeeds or whether it fails, that's it. The buck stops there. There's no recovery after that. And so it's really interesting to see kind of where it all shifted. Because it started highly random. Highly, highly random. As you can see, we're flipping coins every single turn. Do I paralyze? Do you successfully withdraw? Do I paralyze? Do you successfully withdraw? It's the back and forth of this is kind of crazy when you think about it. Okay, watch this play. We're going to switch out for Raichu. We're going to plus power, and then we're going to agility. And, okay, it didn't matter there. And so if this was something like Magic the Gathering, or even Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you had a post-combat main phase, then you could say, okay, my move worked, let me then do this in response. Or, oh, my move didn't work, let me respond by switching out or whatnot. But you don't get that chance. The move is the end. And, the more I think about it, the more that is like a surprisingly meaningful thing for the Pokemon TCG. What you got? Bet you got you, fam. Oh dear. Like, I didn't consciously realize just how meaningful that was to the TCG until like right now as I'm talking about it. Hey, you're knocked out. I get a prize. But more importantly, I have agility on, so you can't do anything to me. And I'm pretty sure you're all weak to lightning, so I'm just gonna keep the sweep going. I will say this is the one strong thing about certain Pokemon like this. If you can get in a good coin flip lock, you can overcome a lot. Hey, Bill, I might as well draw the cards. Macho, kind of fighting energy. I already had him a chop. Oh well. Yeah. It's just interesting, because I love thinking about this sort of stuff. Granted, I think in Pokemon it works better because you have one main Pokemon that you are solely focused on. You're not trying to do other stuff like computer search. Do I still have that Magneton in the deck? I might. Yeah, here it is. Why not? Let's bring it out. Let's power it up for like a big self-destruct if we want an epic finisher or something. Yeah, it's RNG heavy. And modern Pokemon has over time removed the RNG heavy decks. You can still get some that are more reliant on RNG for like their attacks. But less so. Oh wait, no, the plus power applies afterwards. This isn't gonna kill. Ah, close enough. Here I was thinking I had like an extra energy or something, so I could just do a big self-destruct. Yeah, I could do it there, but no dice. Why not bring it out? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a lot more RNG heavy early on, with the attacks, and over time it gets less RNG heavy. Laboratory packs. Ninetales, Poliwhirl, Gold Up. Pokedex. Look at the top 5 cards and rearrange them as you like. Not bad, actually. Not great, but not bad. Oh yeah, so this is also at a time when the Poison-type Pokemon were under the Grass-type banner instead of the Psychic-type banner. They moved them to Psychic because Purple, but they're Grass-type, but they have a weakness to Psychic and a resistance to Fighting. Oh hey, Doduo. It's free retreat is pretty good. Last, you and your opponent show each other your hands, then shuffle all training cards from your hands into your decks. That is... Oh, that is brutal, actually. That is crippling. So Pokemon... Let's talk a little bit about the design idea of the Pokemon trading card game. You have Pokemon, which you play on top of each other to, evolve in game, and then battle out. You have energy to charge your Pokemon's attacks, but you can only play 1 energy per turn unless you have some other special effects. And then you have trainer cards, which let you draw more cards, which let you affect the field, which let you power up, power down, defend, heal, all sorts of stuff. Searches, draws, all that type of stuff. Pokemon are what you build your strategy around. The Pokemon are the move makers. You do stuff with them. Energy is just a necessary resource, though the deeper you get, the less you want to rely on energy. And trainers are the engine that makes everything go. This card says both players throw away their engines. So if you comboed off first and you like your board state, play last and see what happens. Because the other player is then reduced to top decking and whatever Pokemon energy they have in their hand on the field. They no longer have engine in their hands. This is absolutely crippling, but it's a very risky play because it cripples yourself as well, because if you play it at the wrong time, or if you have a hand that's mostly trainers, you don't want to play this, because you're going to throw away your own cards. That is fascinating gameplay, actually. Fascinating game design. Hey, actually, is that Magnemite any good? I forgot to check it. It's GB Magnemite. Okay, so it's Tackle and has Magnetic Storm. Remove all energy cards attached to all your Pokemon and randomly reattach them. No. No. That is not a good Magnemite. I don't like that Magnemite. Okay. So we're going to want to rebuild this deck. Because we are about, as soon as we step out into the lobby, if I remember right, we are going to face Ronald in a duel. And it is our one chance to face him with this deck. If we win, we get a promotional card from him. If we lose, we don't get anything. So we are going to do whatever we can to build a reasonable deck to hopefully take him down. Gotta be willing to risk it all if you're gonna win big. Yeah, basically. Welcome to Pokemon. It's actually a good time for ads. Thank you, YouTube. Want the Lickitung. Version's not that good. Lapras is not bad. It just relies too much on purely water energy to function. My only worry about it. Spearow. It's very retreat, but it's the only good thing going for it. I do have psychic energy, only 3. Yeah, not gonna happen. Oh, that's Destiny Bond Ghastly? Ugh. Terrible. Terrible. Okay, I have more Primeapes now, so I could build something like that. I don't even know if I want a choke. It's just, yeah. Not really. I'm just gonna use Machops as... Oh, I have 2 versions of Marowak. Yeah, that's the whale version. Oh, the bad version. Kabuto armor. Whenever attack does damage to it, attack does only half the damage run down. And then scratch. The other effects still happen. It stops working if you have stabs condition. Do I just basically rebuild the deck that I had? Do I try for Rapidash again? Because I don't think that's good. But... I mean, then I can just do that. No, I actually think I'm better off with the lightning than I am with the fire. Oh, I have a second double close. Okay, cool. So I can probably kick out the Machop that live here and say, hey, I'm building Magnemites. Yeah, that seems like a nice, terrible idea. Yeah, so we're gonna save here. We're gonna go out, fight Ronald, and see what the heck is up here. Let's see if you really are a player of 6 prizes. If you win, I'll give you a rare card. I don't even remember what his deck is about. What his whole theme is. So I'll pop out Doduo, and I can switch out to Pikachu for free if I need to. Wonderful part about free retreat. Okay, we got a Lapras and a Lapras. Well... I'll tell you one way this is going. Okay, so I want... Take that potion. Fighting energy. Yeah, that's about as good as I'm gonna get. Treat the Pikachu, throw out a Knock. Apparently, yeah, apparently everyone has a Lapras. Okay, no self-damage, and I get the KO. Cool. Okay, so it looks like his deck is just relatively weak staples? Fit together with hope? I'll go for the Jolt first, just to get that damage on in case he, like, switches out or something. Cubone on the bench. Fight energy on Cubone. Polygon. Okay. What does Cubone have again? Okay, resistance to me. Rage, which is more for each damage counter. Okay. Okay, so I can not KO Lapras. Don't take any unnecessary risk of damage. He attaches to Cubone, hits me with Rage, but he can't KO me. I can switch card out to a Doduo. Yes, throw down a Lightning Energy. All I need is one hit. And then I can switch again to Diglett if he doesn't play another Pokemon and win. Okay, no. He plays Growlithe. Oh, he really wants this. You just wasted another attachment. Okay, cool. Really wanted that Pikachu. Oh well. Happy Diglett Day. Yeah, no reason to attach extra energy right now. Hey, a potion. Okay, that'll be good. Yeah, and he's just gonna be slugging through, I guess. Okay. So here's the dangerous thing. That Charmander can one-shot me with Ember. So I gotta make sure I'm prepared for that. Come on, give me a Dugtrio. Nope. So it gives him more time to power up. Potentially. Okay, it gives him a lot more time to power up because I'm just terrible. 75% chance of doing at least 10 damage. Oh hey, sweet, Gust. Yeah, 25% chance of doing 20, 50% chance of doing 10, and a 25% chance of doing nothing. Okay. I have tons of resources. I don't really know what to do with them, because the last thing I want to do is chuck them all away for no purpose, but I have some pretty good stuff in here. But if I can oak into the Dugtrio, that'll make it all worth it. Oh, but I can oak into a computer search for Dugtrio. Guaranteed KO. Hey, it's last. There we are. Plus power. What? Excuse me? If you get the plus power... Okay, Charmeleon and Arcanine, okay. Your whole plan is being able to evolve. That's your plan, huh? Well, you're never gonna evolve because you're about to get KO'd, Earthquake. I damaged my own team, but the one shot is worth it. And there we are, GG. Read something and forget what it was later. Probably. I think just the other day I forgot what I had for lunch. Or if I had even had lunch. Yep, beating him, you get this promo Jigglypuff. First aid, remove a damage counter from it, and double edge, deal 20 damage to yourself. It's not that good. It is not that good, but I mean, if you want real basic stall and are really poor, it opens up for potential. Hey, it's a Dragonite. Pokemon Power Step In. Once your turn, Dragonite is on your bench and you switch it with your active Pokemon. And Slam. 4 energy, 2 coins, 40 damage per heads. Once again, a ton more evolutions and no EVs. Are EVs just super rare and all the evolutions are common? That is weird. It's wild. All these bad Pokemon. Yeah, basically. The only answer to getting good Pokemon is, like, use that one Lapras. Speaking of which, let's throw it away. Here's the promo Arcanine. It's... terrible. Quick attack, 10, plus 20 on the flip. And Flames of Rage, 40. Discard 2 fire energies, and then do extra damage based on your... Actually, it's not that terrible. It's probably better than the other Arcanine. Hitting pack evasion, basically. Okay, so we've done rock, we've done water. Did the challenge hall have anything yet? Still preparing, please come to us another time. I think what I need to do is just visit all the clubs to get all the card packs. Maybe that's what I should do. Nap time. Oh wait, why did I just run in here with a deck full of fighting Pokemon? This is not gonna end well. I play second. Oh look, it's a Ghastly. It's gonna Destiny Bond me and kill me. Okay, at least I'm not asleep. I mean, look at this. Resistant. He just has 3 Ghastlies! What is this? This is so stupid. Oh, this is gonna be miserable. Okay, Pokemon Power. Let's check what my prizes are. There's the Dugtrio hiding there. That's good to know, I guess. If I double plus power and self-destruct, does that kill everything? It might. I just run Oak. I just need more resources. paralysis. There we go. Okay, yeah, we'll just grind out his Ghastlies, I guess, because that's what we... Oh, you had to give me the double colorless. Fine, I'll throw it away. Worse than Architect. Come on. I don't know what I expected, and I'm still somehow disappointed. Okay, Magneton. And if I can get an extra energy, and then I can evolve it and then just Thunder Wave one-shot his whole... Why did I grab that one? I knew that one was a useless card. Yes, both of those are useless. Actually, the switch might not be useless. Switch might actually be pretty helpful. Okay, so he's charging up his Jigglypuff. Oh hey, another switch. Back at it again with the Ghastlies, yeah, basically. Hey, Doduo, finally something that's not gonna be a total waste if I have to switch to it. Draw Mystery Prize, this is another Magnemite. Where's all my energy? Okay, at least we're getting the paralysis, that's good. Why are you charging up with 3 energy? Do you even know how much your abilities cost? Oh, I guess you're programmed to always play stuff even if it's not necessarily beneficial. There's 3 cards in hand. I only have a switch. Yeah, I'll use that. Okay, kill his switch. Okay, and I wish that I would get literally any amount of energy. Where's all my energy me when I wake up? True. Oh hey, here it is. Thunder Wave for 30. It's worth a pound for 20, that's fine. I'm just gonna hold that one, just in case I need to put it on something else for whatever reason. And there's a switch. Evolved into Haunter. Whenever an attack does anything to Haunter, flip a coin. If heads, prevent all attacks, all effects of that attack. That is... I forgot, this Haunter cheats. It's so annoying. Like, he gets through... So this Haunter, all it has is Transparency and Nightmare. 10 damage attack that immediately puts you to sleep. it's not the ultimate stall Pokemon, but dang if it isn't just real effective at it. It's like, okay, 50-50 chance that your attack does nothing, doesn't land, has no effect, nothing. No matter what you get on your flips. The good news is its only way of dealing damage is a 10 damage move. But yeah, it's like, okay, I could risk it all. I could risk it all on a self-destruct. If transparency takes effect, I still die. Everyone, all the Pokemon still take damage, except for Haunter. Haunter just ignores it and acts like it never happened. You know, ain't that just crazy? So, we basically have a perfect setup. He can't beat me. He can't, there's no way for him to do damage. But we're just going to have to exceedingly slowly push our way through. Oh, energy removal. At least this way he can stop putting us to sleep. Okay, it stops working if he's confused, so if we get Supersonic to work, and his transparency doesn't affect... Okay, now he's confused, and confusion just stays. Until he switches out. And yes, he can be paralyzed and confused. I'm pretty sure. I hope he can. Hope I didn't overwrite it. Ah, I overwrote it. Great. That actually is bad for me. Yeah, plus power. The energy. Okay. So yeah, apparently I can overwrite confusion with paralysis. Yeah. Good news is, once again, he's... Good news is, once again, he can't do anything. Okay, please wake up first flip. Bad news is I can't do anything either. Welcome to the game now. I hope you enjoy it. Welcome to the grind. Had no idea this is a video game. Oh, Eli, you've been missing out. Listen to these jams. Trying to make a Coliseum team work with so many bad Pokemon Rangers group of N2's JoJo's finest. Yeah, no, Coliseum is great because it forces you to use bad Pokemon. Like, in my mind, Coliseum only works because all the Pokemon it gives you are just absolute scrubs. I'm just gonna gamble it. Come on, get a Tails. And we win. Okay, we're out of Purgatory. Yeah, part of the charm of Coliseum and why it works so well is because the vast majority of Pokemon you get are relatively scrubs compared to most other Pokemon. Ooh, Gengar. Curse. It's like the reverse of... Ooh, energy retrieval, yes. We wanted that if we ever wanted to try to use Charizard ever again. Another Gengar. I guess it makes sense that the Ghastly guy would give us Gengars, but can't you give us your overpowered Haunter? Maybe? Anyway, I don't feel like we should be in this gym right now. Yeah, I'm not gonna duel you right now. Oh yeah, for some reason I don't get the mail yet? Whatever. Coliseum is game with duos. Yeah, so Coliseum, you start with an Espeon and an Umbreon. The whole game is double battles. So what's been working, what's not? I actually think, at least at this moment in time, the fighting type is not working, so let's drop the fighting and start going all in on this, start going all in on fire. Are either of these Ninetales any good? Lure and Fire Blast, Mix Up and Dancing Embers. Opponent has basic evolution hand, shuffle them into the deck, pull an equal number of basic Pokemon evolution cards to the ramp. So change up all the Pokemon that's in your opponent's hand as your attack. That's pretty bad. And then 8 coins, 10 damage each, just high variance. So Lure, and then Fire Blast, discard 1, and then do 80. Okay. I mean, all things considered, not terrible, but not great. Yeah. Takedown and Flamethrower, both cards that just, attacks that just have bad results on them. Oh hey, sweet, we have another Rapidash. I mean, I was about to say what's the worst that could happen. I think the worst that could happen is, like, just looking at this deck. It's so bad. It's so bad. Oh no. Okay, I'll throw in a Doduo for free retreat. Bad idea is right. Espeon, Typhlosion, Solid, rest of us, so eh. So you know what, fun story about Coliseum. I didn't know as a kid that you could actually get the other starters from the starting town. Because as soon as you step out of the one encounter, and then the green guy's right there, or the exit's right there, and you're told to go to the exit. And so I just ran left and got Bayleaf every single time. I've never played Coliseum without starting with Bayleaf. And I've played that game, like, a surprising amount of times. Oh no, am I about to get KO'd right away? Oh wait, no, this is a Psychic-type Slowpoke, not a Water-type. Okay. It's scaring me here. Tail is just 30 instead of 20, but requires 2. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. I can count. Oh, Invisible Wall. 30 or more damage gets prevented. Thank you. It's the classic stall wall. Like, this is one of 3 classic decks. Heads attack does 10 more. Okay. Well, the funny thing is I don't actually want to evolve yet. if he's going to be sending out... If he's going to be sending out Mr. Mime, I don't actually want to evolve, because then I only have a 50% chance of doing damage, whereas at least this way I can guarantee that I can hit through his wall because I'm only doing 20. Start powering that up. I'm gonna start removing his Drowsy's energy because I can, and then Smash Kick to kick through. Yeah, so I've never done a run where I have Feraligatr or Typhlosion because I've always only had Ganium. Pretty sad, to be honest. Oh, second Rapidash, might as well. Smash Kick, kick through Mr. Mime. And now that your Mr. Mime stall is done... Oh, you evolved a Hypno. Great. And I think you can't do anything? Awesome. So we evolve. And go for free agility. And just like that, we kind of have them on lock. Oh, hey, Magneton. Is this like the best deck that I've made so far? I don't have many options. But it's like, okay. Grass types are better anyway. Well, that's the thing. It's like, with the relative Pokemon... With the Pokemon that you have access to in Colosseum, Meganium might actually be the best grass type you have for just like having a bulky grass, like bulky attacker type grass type Pokemon. Because the other ones are like, what, Jumpluff? Whose whole shtick is basically being tricky? Yeah, free retreat loop. Here we go. Everything's fine. It's Jumpluff, who is basically more statistically designed to be like, yeah, status moves and fun stuff like that. Basically a design... Ooh, good Ghastly. Lick. Energy conversion. And free retreat. And 50 HP. Good guess. So much better than the other Ghastly. Venomoth. Pokemon Power Shift. Change the type to the type of any other Pokemon in play other than colorless. Venom Powder. Confused and poisoned. And Tentacruel. Okay. Your Pokemon is now poisoned. That's not great, actually. Gambler. Shuffle your hand into your deck, flip a coin. If heads, draw 8. If tails, draw 1. Well, I know what card we're putting in our deck right now. Can't be a bad idea deck without some gambling. How does that feel? Yeah, Jumpluff's fast, doesn't really have much bulk, doesn't really have much attack. What they wanted to do with Jumpluff, they did successfully in Gen 5 with Whimsicott. I don't think Jumpluff was a very successful iteration on that idea. Gambler? Garlic or Charmander? So I'll open with Charmander just to make sure I can do something with 1 energy. Hey, look at tongue. Oh, that's the big Arcanine. Where's the small Arcanine? Here's the Arcanine. So we want quick attack, basically. Bill. There's lightning and scratch. You bet $1, you win $1 million. That's why gambling good. Yeah, no. That's the dream. That ain't what really happens. Sorry to burst your bubble if you are big on the hype hope train. If you get the U-turn, that could be neat. Yeah, but U-turn doesn't exist yet. U-turn didn't exist until Gen 4 or Gen 5? Because there were no good bug-type moves ever in the history of Pokemon. Yeah, let's just use Gambler. Hey, 8 cards. Congratulations. Mischievous, the physical Shadow Balls is definitely the reason why Jotomon's got Evos in Gen 1. Well, Mischievous is actually a surprisingly good Pokemon. But once again, Mischievous has to rely entirely on statuses. Statuses and tricks. Like, Mischievous actually is really good later on because of Mischief is actually really good in Colosseum later on because of the what's it called? Parish Song. Parish Song and Destiny Bond actually make Mischievous really good in very specific situations. Because if you're trying to use Mischievous as any sort of attacker, you're not gonna be happy with the results. It's just gonna be a bad idea. I might as well evolve in a Rapidash here. Will-O-Wisp, yeah, I forget Mischievous' exact learn set, but Mischievous has a lot of utility that she adds to your team in Colosseum that you can't really get through any other Mons. Am I saying it's good? Not really. But, yeah, like, not all the time, I guess. But kind of underrated. Granted, it's been a long time since I've played it. Oh, this is your last Pokemon. Goodbye. Yeah, I forget his learn set, but like a lot of statuses, a lot of kind of tricks. There are a lot of things that Mischievous can do that end up being pretty good, even if Mischievous's direct attacks are pretty much never going to be one of them. Hey, it's Bad Haunter. Well, I say bad. It has potential, but it's a Haunter. I just need a couple more, and then I can maybe assemble some form of Gengar deck, because I have 3 Gengars and 1 Haunter. What is this card luck that I'm getting? I'm getting all of the tier 2 evolutions, but I'm not getting... I dueled all the people in the club. What am I supposed to do? I forget how I'm supposed to get him to fight me. They're like, oh, his deck has all Psychic Pokemon, and I'm like, no, his deck is primarily, like, Kangaskhan's and Chanseys. You keep telling me, oh yeah, you just can't beat Maria, and I'm like, I can't duel him! He won't let me! Do I need to duel anyone else first? I forget. Is it you who dropped all your cards? Do we need to hunt down Imakuni? Screw it, I'm going with the Fire Club. How can you get a lot of energy cards? Yeah, I don't care. Can't duel, you can't beat, the guy is right. Yeah, pretty much. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rules. You have to accept the battle in the form of a children's card game. Anger deck. Oh yeah, sure. I bet you're real angry about this one. Charmander, Charmeleon, Charizard, opening hand. We'll see how well that goes. But yeah, they made Colosseum, which is a doubles game, very... what's the term for it? I guess I'd call it very sluggy? Not sluggish, like slow, like it is slow, but like... It's the same sort of thing... This might sound weird. It's the same sort of thing that they did to... Path of Radiance. Like I said, this might sound weird, so let me explain. The Pokemon that you get access to in Colosseum tend to be on the bulky or specialist side. There are not a ton of just outright fast, lethal attackers. At least not early on, or not for most of the game. And so what you kind of end up with is a game where you are taking multiple turns to chip away and chip down at your opponents. Battles last a little longer, even if you're doing stuff like Double Surf. You don't really have access to Double Surf, you don't really have access to, like, double... much anything at all, really? And so because it's just so grindy, it highlights more the specific attributes of the various Pokemon that you have access to? Oh, he has Rage? Oh, shoot. I guess that makes sense. This whole shtick was the Anger deck. There's a bunch of things with Rage, isn't it? I'm trying to remove his energy, and then he has to have another one in order to hit me. Yeah, and I say it's similar to Path of Radiance, because in Path of Radiance, enemy defense increases a lot faster than enemy offense, and your units, even your relatively offensive powerhouses, don't tend to fully keep up. Please, just draw me an energy. Yeah, that'll work. like, who are considered some of the best units in Path of Radiance? That's like Oscar, Kieran, Titania, and anyone on a Cavalier, Marcia, Jill, and you can get them really strong and to the point where they are basically one-shotting stuff if you give them, like, feed them bonus experience and whatnot. But at base, it's kind of like a lot of units are bulky but not really strong offensively. And so and if you look at enemies, enemy units too, a lot slower, a lot more bulk focused. Not slower, but like a lot more focused on bulk than on damage. And so stuff will take a long time to die. Even if it can't kill you that quickly. But the interesting thing, the kind of twist to that is that when stuff slows down, you can get a lot more value out of your kind of more niche things, your stat and status affecting moves instead of just your pure damage. Because when stuff's really fast in Pokemon, if you're just one-shotting... Oh shoot, it's energy cards, not energies. So throwing away the double colorless throws out two cards. That's what I was worried about. Anyway, doesn't matter. Still won. So with Pokemon, if you've ever been in like a singles match, or heck, this is how you just kind of like play through the game. Ooh, energy search. Hey, a different Vaporeon. Ooh, Rapidash. Is that 4 Rapidashes now? That might be. Oh, 5 Rapidashes. I went from having 3 and 1 to 3 and 5. What is this? I don't know. Did I get an Eevee? I have an Eevee. Yes. I will include Eevee in the deck. So we have our choice of Flareon, Bite for 30 or Rage for 10 plus per counter, both for 3 energy. We have... No, there's no Grass-type evolution yet. Vaporeon 1, Vaporeon GB, Focus Energy, and Bite. Very similar. Vaporeon Jungle Set, Quick Attack for 2, 10 plus 20 on the flip, and Water Gun for that. And we have Jolteon, Jolteon Jungle, again Quick Attack and Pin Missile, and Jolteon GB for Double Kick and Stun Needle. It's interesting how the GB, evolutions, they all have fully colorless move requirements. So basically it's like whichever one you want to throw in, you can, for whatever type coverage you want. You don't have to have... So what does Tailbag do? If heads, the defending Pokemon can't attack next turn, benching or evolving ends this effect. And it's 10 plus 20 on the flip. Okay. Yes, I have an Eevee. Which evolution do you prefer? Flareon, Vaporeon, or Jolteon? Energy Search is basically just a way to thin your deck out, because it searches for basic energy. It's not bad. Ooh, extra gusts of wind. Okay. More gambler. I didn't... Apparently I haven't been... Apparently I haven't been paying attention to the trainer cards I'm getting. Any really? Okay. Which do I think fits Pokemon better, singles or duos? Let's see, I don't think that Flareon's good, but I don't think Vaporeon's much better. Because Focus Energy is like a do-nothing. But being able to throw out a water type in a fire deck seems good. So sure, I'll run a 1-1. Drop that Doduo. I need to trim the deck a little bit. What are we even running from electric types? Magnemites and Magnetons? Yeah, that's not great. Oh, great. Now we're hitting the point where it's just like, okay, I'm running stuff to run stuff. Because all I really am wanting to run are like this Pony to Rapidash combo. But I need to fill out my deck with other stuff to kind of make it work. I guess I might as well splash some water energy into here. Pun intended. Oh, Lapras. Pop an extra Growlithe. Sure. Save once again is the bad idea. What do you think fits Pokemon better, single or duos, and reset singles? And it's weird. Because Pokemon is... Yep, I'm just going to have a lot of hands with no basic Pokemon in them. Luckily, there is no mulligan penalty, so we're fine. Because I'm only running Growlithe, Ponyta, Eevee, Lickitung. Do I just computer search for a Ponyta? Probably. I'll throw with a Gust. Which Pokemon is the balance for tactical gameplay? I mean, there's a ton of people that would disagree with you. I have a hard time thinking about it because, I mean, first of all, I'm not necessarily the person to talk to when it comes to this, because I don't really know enough, I feel like, to speak on the subject. Eevee evolved into Flareon. Touch double colors to Eevee. Okay. Oh, what type of Flareon is that? Quick attack and a flamethrower. Interesting. Okay. Because, like, it's a toss-up. They're both very, very different. Both singles and doubles are very different games, despite running on, the same core. Because singles is a lot more about getting the KO or getting the perfect switch in. There's a lot more... A Pokemon with sufficient bulk can survive a lot more in singles? It's a lot harder to KO a Pokemon in singles because you're only doing damage one... One sec. Playing this game right now. Good job. It's a lot harder to KO Pokemon in singles because you only have to take one hit per turn. But because it's only one Pokemon at a time, you are a lot more vulnerable to bad matchups. Something comes in with a bad matchup, you're kind of forced to switch out, and so it gets harder to set up a Pokemon over the long term. If that makes sense. Like, I guess, how would I put it? You want to try and set up a Pokemon, but then it becomes... I guess the bottom line is I'm not into competitive battling, and so I can't really speak on it. But from what I understand, there is... To call it a fine line between... To call it a fine line between singles and doubles is putting it, like, much too generally. The concept of singles is that it's difficult to KO one Pokemon at a time, but it's really meaningful to get those KOs. The concept of doubles is that it's a lot easier to KO one Pokemon, but it's a lot easier for your Pokemon to get KO'd too, and so you need to be really cognizant of how you're using your Pokemon and how each one ends up coming out and affecting, you know, what you have, what you're setting up. Like, it's really easy for you to just 2v1 someone, hit them with 2 hits, and then they're KO'd. It's a lot harder to kind of yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how to put it. Pokemon usually want to KO on effective, but if you don't think it's good balance, I assume you take one on effective move. It's a mix. Again, it's like in story mode, yeah. In competitive, you'll only really one hit if you're hitting on... You're only gonna really one-hit KO if you're hitting on, like, quad effectiveness, or if you're hitting a Pokemon that is not built for bulk. Duos exemplifies that, because even Pokemon that are built for bulk, if you have 2 strong hits, then you can KO them. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know nearly enough to adequately express or explain. Ooh, extra bill. I don't know enough about singles or duos to adequately explain what happens in them. But what I do know is that there's a lot of people that really love their Pokemon. I might be able to throw in some Charizards now that I have a decent base set up for it. Drop the Lapras. Is 16 energy enough? Probably not. And so I think to get a better explanation of the difference between them, you'd have to talk to someone who is really invested in it. From what I gather, most people who play competitive Pokemon play a variety of modes, but people definitely tend to prefer one or the other. Is that there are people who play duos and love duos, there are people who play singles and love singles. Pokemon VGC, last time I kept track of it, primarily did duos. And I personally am not a huge fan of duos because I feel like, kind of like what you're getting at, the problems get extremified of you can't really rely on your Pokemon to do much, and it feels like defensive strategies are a lot more limited in duos relative to how strong they can be in singles. Whether it's a good or a bad thing, you can make your own determination on, but yeah, defensive strategies definitely have more issues in duos. But there are still stuff there's still stuff you can do that can work quite well in duos. For instance, like I said with Colosseum, the fact that a lot of Pokemon struggle to deal meaningful damage but are on the more bulky side or on the more specialist side, I think is a strength. Relatively speaking, for Colosseum, because it covers up one of the issues that I have with the doubles in general, which is that whole Pokemon just double target one Pokemon, one Mon, and then you get KO'd really easily. And you can't really do that as well if your Pokemon are more bulky than Can't really do that as well if your Pokemon are more bulky than Glass Cannony. Watched competitive games a while back, think turning the games too short between 4 or 6. And this is where, you know, I've had some people kind of hate me for it, but I love stall meta for singles. because I think stall meta is a lot more strategic, it's a lot more slow, it's a lot more deliberate of where you use your Pokemon, where you use your switch-ins, where you use your, when you try to set up, stuff like that. But I know a lot of people hate stall because stall, it's slow and can feel very uninteractive. What's my graveyard right now? Bunch of bills. I don't really know if I need anything else. I think I just keep spamming agility and win. Side effects don't get used much for how much moves there are for it. Yeah, also I will say, if you're playing just through the main story of Pokemon, it's night and day. Because the main story of Pokemon is just kind of designed, especially in modern games, for you to just spam your strongest move and win. And that's fundamentally unenjoyable. Like, I fundamentally cannot really enjoy Pokemon games anymore. The last one I played was Sun and Moon, and I just got so bored. Because I'm not super into competitive battling, I'm not into shiny hunting, I'm not into all of this. I play them like I play RPGs. Should be no main story for Pokemon games, really? I 100% disagree. Because that's the only thing that I play Pokemon for. Or that I played Pokemon for, and then I actually stopped when I realized that the Pokemon devs care about as much as making it enjoyable. I stopped when I realized the Pokemon devs care about as much about making an enjoyable and engaging story mode as they do making an actually balanced game. Maybe that was mean, I don't know. But it just... Here's the thing. Pokemon main stories... Getting a good team catch legendary is a fun part. Like... It's hard. Because no matter who you are, you're going to run into... Hey, good Magmar. There we go. Now this is looking like a deck. It's Ken. Pokemon games are weird for me. First of all, like I said, I haven't played a Pokemon game since Sun and Moon. I have no real strong desire to. But Pokemon games are particularly odd for me because I find myself on the opposite ends of a lot of these debates. Because I think what I've come to, conclusion I've come to, is that the things I find enjoyable about Pokemon and the ways I play the game are not the things that other people find enjoyable about it. Also, can we just appreciate how awful this draw is? Where is all my energy? Oh, using a defender to soak your... Have a strategy? Oh shoot, I guess we evolve for free retreat. Yeah, using a defender to absorb the recoil damage that you take from double edge. That's a play. Last when you played as black, related battles against friends. I don't know, man. I'm just out of touch with the Pokemon community and with Pokemon games in general. I feel like there has to be something there, but I feel like they need to want to make it something. Make it something... Because there's definitely potential for, like, a huge world, something big, big world, big stories, big just energy to it. But they have to want to make it. And I don't feel like they do. I feel like they just want to keep making new games to only get new kids to play it. And for enfranchised veterans who are going to buy it literally no matter what. And so I'm not really interested in it, in the series anymore, to be honest. I still really enjoy playing the older games, but you asked me to get interested in the newer games, or even remakes of the older games, I'm just like, no. The ship has sailed. It's not worth my money and not worth my time. Because the main stories have just become conveyor belts to get you from point A to point B, from, you know, starting the game with absolutely no knowledge of what a Pokemon is, to shiny hunting or competitive battling as the end game. And I don't know. I'm not going to say there's no heart or soul in there, because there obviously is. There are elements that show that people really do care and really do want to make good games. But those elements are not coming from... Those elements are coming in spite of the release schedule and the push and everything, not because of it. It's just the whole jadedness against games, I guess. Thank you for giving me another energy. Yeah, it's been 10,000 years. Oh look, now I have a field full of Rapidash. This is a really stupid match, isn't it? It's like, okay, I have a bunch of energy retrieval, I have a bunch of energy removal, and we're just sitting here. Going back and forth on 1 point of damage. Just because the AI refuses to use double edge when it would KO itself. And so it just doesn't. Oh, more energy. Good. Let's start unpowering that Tauros over there, I guess. And if I keep getting the paralysis, then I win. But when I don't get paralysis, he just first aids away from it. Okay, what are you shuffling for? Growlithe? Double colorless. Oh, Growlithe? You sure about that? Hey, it's Eevee. And I guess I could always plus power. Do you like seeing a couple of great design Pokemons? Not worth the price nowadays. Yeah, no, exactly. Money is getting tighter. And games are just getting not... Games are just not worth their price anymore. In my personal opinion. There's Magmar, but there's no space on the bench. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna yawn. We're gonna switch to Rapidash. And just to guarantee KO, we're gonna double plus power. Get the knockout on Chansey. Here comes Tauros. Stomp. Okay, we're safe. There's the fire energy. Bill, draw me a good one. Gust of Wind and another Bill. Fire, fire. Okay, good. We have our energy now. We have the energy supply. Any good gust targets out here? Maybe Jigglypuff. Maybe we just want to KO that Tauros. Yeah, let's just KO Tauros. And I'm feeling play for one game, get one, play one you already own. Stop when you saw no improvements. Yeah. People are just making the same games but worse with better graphics and more predatory monetization schemes. I've hit the point where it's like, unless I really want a particular new experience, I don't really need to buy new games. Hence why I say there's so much focus on story. Because, like, hey, if a Pokemon game came out that had a really good story and a really engaging gameplay loop, like, I was very tempted to buy Legends Arceus. Because I felt like what they were doing with Legends Arceus was unique, was worth it, was something that I wanted to... It was something that was interesting to me, and I might still buy it at some point in time. If I ever just have disposable income and free time and am not in the middle of a million other things. Storage bloat comes to the new games? Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, thanks for Lullaby. Hate you. I'm just gonna wake up. How do you feel about that? Lost my train of thought a little bit. New games. Like for instance, I bought Fire Emblem Engage. I knew I was going to play it. I'm a huge Fire Emblem person. I have a Fire Emblem focused channel. I knew I needed to buy that game because it's a new Fire Emblem game. I'm invested in the series. Heck, I'm financially invested in the series. It kind of, in some ways, is necessary for me to buy that game. Okay, takedown is 80. That's a full one-shot. That's gonna suck when it hits. Is there a way I can just not... Yeah, if I just gust out a Growlithe, I don't have to fight that Arcanine right this second. I bought Fire Emblem Engage. I'm not upset with buying Fire Emblem Engage. Sure, story. The story is what it is. I don't personally hate it as much as other people do. I know that that, in some ways, is a controversial opinion to have at all. Gameplay is great. I do think that talking about Engage makes me enjoy it less, but I don't have any fundamental, like, I don't loathe my time playing Engage itself for its own sake. Easy. We're done here, GG. Unless you retreat out, we're done. Oh, we did retreat, okay. And used a potion, wow. Well, too bad I can just gust out another Growlithe. How do you feel about that? Agility. Ding. Can't stand the aesthetic of the new Fire Emblem games. What is it about them? Like, first of all, with Engage, I get it. Engage is a very... Engage made some very specific choices, and those choices are not for everyone. Oh wait, I do have a third gust here. I will say Engage and Three Houses, and even to an extent, like, with the 3DS games, I don't know. I'm an old soul. Their character like acting like a clown. Engage definitely is problematic for that, particularly with characters join conversations. I think that you still have depth and variety in their support conversations, but the fact that none of that comes through in their joint conversation and really paints them in completely different ways, I find to be, I don't know, problematic is not even like the right term for it. I don't know how I feel about it, you know? It's complicated. Why am I running energy searches in the first place? And I don't mean to say it's complicated as just an excuse to defend a fragile position. Though I do recognize that that's what it comes off as. I don't know, I definitely understand the issues people... Yeah, if it was just a few. True, true. You can have your clownish characters, but the fact that almost every single character, particularly in Engage, that their entrance at the very least comes off as clownish is like putting it lightly. It's just exceedingly over the top. Like they're desperately afraid that they're gonna be forgotten if they don't make a bad joke. Oh hey, challenge hall's open. We have one shot to do this. You have to defeat 3 opponents in a row You have one chance to do this. Notice only clutch characters had personalities. Yeah, here's the thing. It's weird. Or it might sound weird. It's like, okay, I play Pokemon. Technically, I play Pokemon gameplay too. I play Fire Emblem primarily for the gameplay. That doesn't mean that I don't care about story. But it does play a factor. It plays a very strong factor. And there is some truth in the concept of you'd rather have a story that's subtle or not really there than one that is there and is obnoxious or bad. Should be fine for unit to fill a role of a unit and end there. Yeah. Yeah, faceless meat for the grinder is a fine role to play in a game like Pokemon. I keep saying Pokemon because I'm playing Pokemon. In a game like Fire Emblem. I mean, if I can paralyze, I can hit through Snivel. Again, it's just the stupid Haunter and Jigglypuff lock again. I guess I am the one playing stall, effectively. Yeah, like for instance, I would much rather have Shadow Dragon, which tells a story simply through a handful of characters and a narrator, and tells overall a well-written story, even if most of the characters might as well not exist in it. Then I would play... Then I would Fates, which has a story, involves a lot of its characters, but just kind of tries to go over the top and tries to do a lot of these things and doesn't really end up panning out to the extent of where it becomes actively I don't know how to put it exactly, but you know what I mean? Tidying the house much more enjoyable in comparison. Yeah. And you just think, I don't mind. I'm not against flamboyant characters. I'm not against energy there. I'm not against characters acting silly or being stupid or what have you. The issue comes into play when that's the majority of your cast, or that the story itself is so kind of just up its own importance. I don't know, how do I put this? Because I need to actually think about this in order to put this well. I need to think about this. Because it's like... Yeah. too much over the top with eccentric characters, and they lose what makes them interesting. Did they need a plus power? If you go too over the top with your characters, you kind of lose what makes them interesting. I guess what I'm trying to say is I know that Fire Emblem can tell good stories. But when they try to do too much, ends up being when they fall flat, at least for me. Bring out that shoulder, get the free KO. Which is special but not necessary. Yeah. Like I said, I know that Fire Emblem can tell good stories when it really tries. And I know that Fire Emblem can tell good stories whilst investing or whilst involving a large number of its cast. Case in point to both of those, Path of Radiance. And to some extent, Genealogy of the Holy War as well. Genealogy, almost every member of the cast gets involved at some point, has something special to say, and it all works. I think I search out a plus power and win? Question mark? Yeah, just like that. GG. GG no re, next fight. Yeah, they're supposed to be special, but necessary. Yeah, because, like, okay, Genealogy, I know, involves a lot of its cast, a lot of the times. We don't have the full translation, though the Project Naga patch is very good overall. It tells a very complex story and leaves a lot unsaid. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna... That's... I think, yeah, that's the way I should put it. Fire Emblem stories all kind of revolve around how much is left unsaid. Because they all seem to fall apart when they get to the point where they start feeling like they need to explain everything. And oftentimes those explanations end up hurting the game more than helping it. Is the way I'm gonna put it. If I get one heads, then I can KO the Staryu before it KOs me. Show not tell? That's a part of it. What I mean is, Fire Emblem 4 works better as a game in some ways because they don't feel the need to explain absolutely everything. I'm not doing this argument justice. I need to think a little bit more about what I'm saying, and it's hard to do that when I'm trying to think of how to win a children's card game at the same time. Let's just go for the oak. Go for the heads. There we go. Got it. Telling for context of the major showing. Genealogy works because of the stuff that it shows is the necessary stuff for you to get the gist of it. The stuff that it implies is where the deeper narrative, the deeper story goes, and that's fine. I think a lot of people give, well, maybe not a lot of people, there are certain individuals that I am aware of who give Genealogy of the Holy War way too much flack for being, quote, in their words, a good story told in a poor way, or a bad story told in an awful way, depending on where you are at in the story. And it's like, no, there is a lot of depth to the story there, there's a lot of good to it, there's a lot of... I softly like me move a damage counter from one of your Pokemon to Slowbro. Okay. There's a lot going on in Fire Emblem 4. There's even more going on than is shown There's a lot going on in Fire Emblem 4. There's more going on than gets shown in-game for a number of reasons, part of which is because the things that are going on, if you were to state them directly, it would be too much. Another part of it, though, is that it works better when implied. And that's not a common thing, and that's something that a lot of people don't necessarily get when you say it like that, but it's true. Explanation, for instance, a lot of people don't like seeing, for lack of a better term, adult content in their video games, for whatever reason, regardless of how it's handled. Some people say it has to be handled well, some people just don't like it at all. I think that there is a time and a place for it, and that it can be handled well, but that it often rarely is. I think that Fire Emblem for Genealogy of the Holy War, by deciding to leave most of that off-screen, but implied, manages to make it a lot better handled than if it were to try and show that on screen in a very kind of direct way and create more issues, because these things are problematic and would need to be handled so well and so carefully that you can't really address them. Hey, Danny. Yes, Charizard is in this game. Charizard was in my deck, and then I removed him because he was, bad. How you doing? Don't think Charizard gets enough love, so they put him in this game. Oh, yeah. So I actually started with the Charizard and Friends deck because it had better trainers, and I didn't want to be basic and pick Squirtle and Friends again. and I didn't want to have an absolutely trash deck and pick Bulbasaur and Friends. Okay, one more opponent before winning the Challenge Cup. Okay. It's Ronald. It's always Ronald. It's always Ronald. You always gotta fight your rival. Invincible Ronald deck. Guys are bad, organizes a campaign of 12-year-olds to mass dislike the stream. Hey, but I mean, do it or don't. That's just my brain can't think of the word right now. That's engagement right there, you know? Ronald's McDonald's, yep. You can't name your rival is just always named Ronald. Bill. Get a ton of fire energies. I think I just... Pokeball to try to get a Rapidash? Nope. Double colorless and kick him in the face. That sounds like a good plan to me. I mean, this music is just a bop, though. Can't complain about Ronald's theme. Actually, what am I looking at? Minimize? All damage on my attacks are reduced by 20. Okay, that's fine. I need literally anything else, though, that's not a dead card, so let's Gambler and hope for heads. Nope. I have one card. I have a fire energy, that's all I have. Oh no, this is not going well. Hey, gust of wind. Let's go. Kick this Chansey in the face a little more. Okay, as soon as Chansey activates Stall effectively, I'm just gonna gust around it. Thank you for a Pokemon. Okay. If I had Charizard, I'd be winning. If I had Charizard, I wouldn't have any energy. Like, I know you're memeing. I know you're joking. But yeah, the Charizard card is actually not all that great. I have like only one Pokeball flip all night tonight. It's just absurd. Also, I'm letting this Chansey get way too much energy. This is about to be very bad for me. I'm just gonna get double-edged in the face and die. Give me a good computer search. Okay. Potentially have a chance. Okay, where's Professor Oak? Search for an Oak. Give me 7 cards. Okay. Back in the game. Back in the game. Gambler didn't work out last time, but we're back in the game now. And I threw in an Eevee because we have to have a mascot. Give me the coin flips. One of them. Okay. Anyway, I'm sorry that I completely ended the last conversation I was having, but this duel happened, and now I am in a tight spot, so yeah. Hey, Vaporeon. Good to see ya. Glad to have you join the team. Are you going to give me any heads, please? Misty Goo, and I'm paralyzed now. Great. Okay, so I need a new Rapidash. I say new Rapidash, I don't know if I actually even drew a Rapidash in the first place. I think I had one in my starting hand and then I gambled it away. Oh, look at him, that'll help. Stop losing the coin flip! Whatever. Oh, yeah. Anyway, what I was saying was, like, I think that some stories actually work better when they... Fire Emblem stories tend to work better... In agreement, bumbling around the... Yeah, no worries. Fire Emblem stories, in my opinion, tend to work better, weirdly, when they say less. Like, they say the necessary parts, but they need to stop over-explaining and going into detail of, like, all the levels of everything, because that's, like, just way too much. It's unnecessary. Like, for instance, Path of Radiance overall is really good with the story because they go into detail on explaining a lot of these things when you ask for it, I guess, for lack of a better term. Oh, I don't need that. I have free retreat. They go into detail when you ask for it. Dark Souls wouldn't be enjoyable if it talked about everything. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's like, it's not that the fact that it's talking about it is bad. It's not that talking about it is bad. But it's that it just is fundamentally... Okay, so what's Vaporeon's retreat cost? It's only 1, but I can switch out. Let's switch to Ponyta, give it a plus power, and Flame Tail, which would one-shot Scyther. Yeah. There's a Rapidash, finally. Instead of letting the player interact with it. Yeah. The stories that are less told feel better in some ways. Nor all other Pokemon powers other than Toxic Gas. Okay. Well, good thing I don't care about my Pokemon powers right now. I just want to agility you in the face. And so Genealogy's kind of a mixed bag, because sometimes they go on and on rambling about stuff that doesn't matter. But, like I said, it handles with more care than you would otherwise expect certain elements of its story by implying them rather than showing them or explaining them. Path of Radiance does a pretty good job of explaining things that are more necessary or more important or more interesting, what have you, without always having to go into detail and go into explanation. Like, you only get info on Begnion at all when you enter Begnion. You only get info on the Laguz Nations as you come into contact with them. It's a story primarily told through the lens of Ike, and in this case it works well because Ike is an effective vessel for the player. Not because they don't know anything, and not because they're an avatar, because they're not either of those things, but primarily because Ike is a person that has generally positive outlook, generally good values, but generally good values, is driven towards good, but is not so in-depth with the world already that they know a lot. Ike works very well as a blank slate for the player because Ike is constantly learning new things organically with the world. Hey, we won. We never even had to reload. Meanwhile, someone like Corrin is generally a poor avatar, or rather is a poor vessel for the player, mostly because they should know more than they do already, and so instead of being natural, how you interact with people and learn about the world and whatnot, it feels very forced, and feels very unnatural, and thus feels very preachy. Oh hey, it's another bad Zapdos card. For each of your opponent's bench Pokemon, flip a coin. This does 20 damage to them if you flip heads. I mean, it's better than the other Zapdos, but not by much. There's just not a good way of dropping... There's just not a good way of putting down lightning energy. Hey, a new Scyther. Defender. I don't know if I'll be running Defenders. Yeah, this is the weirdest deck I've ever put together, but it hasn't lost yet. So let's check out that Mewtwo I just got. It has Energy Absorption and Cyburn for 40. All in all, it's not a terrible drop, but it could be better. Honorable but ignorant. I don't even necessarily say ignorant, he didn't grow up with a great understanding of everything that is in the world. And while in some ways there are certain elements where it's like, come on man, you should know this already, it's understandable that he doesn't. Meanwhile with Corrin, by locking Corrin up in a tower, they effectively create as blank of a slate as they can, but that comes with a lot more baggage that they don't adequately address, and ends up just dripping down and being extra problematic. And that's by far the only thing wrong with Fate's story, but that is a part of it. We have to land at the castle was alive until the start of the game. It's a castle. I wouldn't call the Grailmerk's compound a castle. Wasn't talking about Corrin. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying the two, comparing the two, whatnot. Yay, it's a Vileplume. Yeah. Like, Ike wasn't a castle, lived with the Grailmerks. He was very sheltered, but it's a much more understandably sheltered, because instead of being, hey, locked up in a tower and in prison or whatever, and then, like, whatever Corrin is, this backstory doesn't make any sense. It's like, okay, Ike is growing up, trying to prove himself, but also has a very overprotective father in Grail, who wants him to succeed, but also doesn't want him to, like, get in over his head too early. I don't know, it's complicated. And so yes, he is ignorant about a lot of stuff. But he also was never really... Ike's ignorance makes more sense because he was never really given opportunities to learn. The world is complicated, and he also... But in addition to not given opportunities to learn, like, about the world, his focus isn't the world, his focus on other things. But that makes sense that that would occupy his time. It makes sense that his sword training and whatnot with his dad occupies most of his time, because that's his whole thing. It's the whole why he is who he is, why he does what he does, all, you know, all this type of stuff. I'm trying to think of how else to put it. Give me a heads, please. There's one. I don't know. Yeah, he's a teenager at the time as well. The whole age justification we have to go through with Fates is another minefield altogether. If we get double heads, a win. Nope, just one. But anyway, what I was trying to say is that with Path of Radiance, it makes a lot more sense because Ike is a very effective vessel for the player for the story they're trying to tell, and even though it's a large world-scale story, we both drew poorly, but I won. Even though it's a large, you know, continent-spanning story, it's told in smaller, digestible bits that are and you understand each bit's impact for you when you encounter it, or shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, as much as I love Radiant Dawn, I feel like Radiant Dawn starts to drop the ball on it, because with Radiant Dawn, it goes too much. Again, it tries to explain everything, and while I think overall it does a pretty good job, three members of the Grass Club will tell you about it. Sure. Just got back? Yeah, so I'm saying that Path of Radiance overall works as a story because Ike is an effective vessel for the player, and the elements of the story that you get, even though it's a large continent-spanning story... Heather, draw a basic Pokemon so we can play the game, please. Even though it's a continent-spanning story, it still works because the elements that you come in... It doesn't overload you with information. The elements that you come in contact with, you come in contact with naturally. You're not ever overwhelmed. You're not ever really overwhelmed by it, and it... Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm getting to that hot take. Don't you worry. You're not ever overwhelmed by it, and it's just kind of works. Radiant Dawn, overall, I would say still works. Did you change your resistance to me? Okay, of course you did. Well, let's just gust you out for the other Porygon then. And burn that to the ground. Yeah, the Blood Pact is the problematic part of Radiant Dawn. And not for the reason people say. Well, partially for the reasons people say. The Blood Pact is an issue in Radiant Dawn because it ends up... One sec, I need to play the game for half a second. So, Radiant Dawn overall works well for what it's trying to do up until the very end. Where you put that very end varies, but I would say that it does work until pretty much the very end. It's complicated, but it makes sense in its complexity because it overall... It plays the pieces that it needs in order for the complexity to work. The primary issues with Radiant Dawn happen at the very end. It is... the Blood Pact, conceptually, as well as... ooh, thank goodness, second Professor Oak. It is the Blood Pact conceptually and the wrap-up. And I'll pause for a minute to explain what I mean. The Blood Pact, by itself, as it is explained, works for the story if you take it kind of on faith. But once you start going levels deeper, it becomes problematic. Like, for instance, okay, sure, Blood Pact, you have to have Daein fight the Laguz Alliance. They fight as best as they can to preserve their own lives in using all sorts of like guerrilla tactics, strategies, ambushes, whatnot, surprise attacks, just trying to prolong the war so they can find, in their mind, a solution. That part works. The part, and on a surface level, the idea that Izuka manages to trick Peleus into signing the Blood Pact makes sense. Insofar as, with the level of blind faith that Peleus has in Izuka, and then I guess there's Lacane comes directly and lies and whatnot, manipulates him, then sure. But it kind of... the issue with the Blood Pact then comes into, like I said, the logistics of it, kind of the back end, the framing, the mechanics of it, because, like, okay, one, in order to enact the Blood Pact, both parties... okay, only one party has to be alive, and the document still has to exist. So, if you destroy the document, then you can't... like, if you destroy the document, but both parties are still alive, can the Blood Pact be activated? How does the Blood Pact get activated? Do both parties have to die? If only one party dies and the other still lives, is it a one-way thing? Can only one party enact it? Does there have to be rules to break to enact it? Is it just, hey, I invoke this spell that's in the scrolls? It's... I mean, they could have done a lot. I'm not saying that it's perfect. I'm not saying that I have better ideas. But, like, the logistics of the Blood Pact, to me, once I start getting down into the nitty-gritty of it, stop making sense. And two, the Blood Pact existing makes... first of all, people say it ruins Naesala's character. I don't think it necessarily ruins it, but it definitely simplifies it in a way that a lot of people aren't a fan of. Is that instead of being the conniving backbiter, he is just, oh, he was a pawn of the Duke the whole time. Sure, whatever. It's by over-explaining, they smashed it down and simplified it in a way that makes it inherently less engaging and entertaining. And the other thing that I have a problem with is that you're basically putting Peleus into a position where the only reason he signed the Blood Pact is because he didn't know it was a Blood Pact. You're basically saying that Peleus didn't read the terms and conditions for a truce with Benyon, and therefore, because he didn't read the terms and conditions, his entire country is now potentially at risk of just whenever Lacane decides, snap, okay, you're gonna slowly die. And people will decide to mind or not mind what they do. I think overall it's not as bad as some people make it out to be, but I do think that it, like I said, it simplifies the character in a way that it could have been more complex, it could have been more interesting, but because they simplify it down and crush it down to just the Blood Pact, it does feel worse. Upon the terms being broken, the person who drew out the pact can activate it. What are the terms, though, I guess? Are the terms do everything I say? Because if so, why would Peleus agree to that? Like, surely, unless it's just like those terms were hidden from him and he didn't know what he was signing, it's been a while since I've played Radiant Dawn, so I don't remember exactly how... Make protagonists be racist. Look, I don't know. Like I said, I don't have a perfect fix for it. That's just the Blood Pact issue, though. It's been a while since I played Radiant Dawn. I would need to replay it and reread the story myself to see exactly how they explain it. I used to not have a problem with it. I've had a lot of people start expressing different parts of it, and like it just kind of like certain elements of it fall off mechanically for me. I get the sense of it, I get the gist of it, but again, it's just like I need to replay it and reread it in order to kind of remember. Radiant Dawn attempts to tell a story full of nuance. In some ways they do it well, in some ways they do it poorly. And where they do it poorly, they try to add in other elements to squish it down and simplify it, like the Blood Pact, in order to make it feel better for people, in a weird way. I don't know. As far as the whole statues thing, I assume what you mean is either A, the fact that they were turned into statues first when Ashura woke up instead of just killing them, or B, the fact that with the wrap-up, as soon as they're no longer statues, they don't continue fighting each other, they just all are like, oh yeah, cool, we're at peace, nothing bad happened again. I feel like with the wrap-up, they tried to explain that through Act 4 with the idea that with the chaos removed from the world, people just feel more naturally at peace and don't want to fight. I don't think they explain that well enough for like that cutscene to make sense. The cutscene doesn't make perfect sense. You would need some more explanations. And yeah. Danny, that's not the point. You're taking it too far. Like I said, I need to reread it again. The magic scroll is not the thing I have a problem with. The logistics of... Look, whatever. I need to go back and reread it. The only thing that I really have an issue with is just the flattening of the character that it kind of results in terms of why would they sign it in the first place. The only answer is that resolution to Ike Mackay being in odds has to be a literal Deus Ex Machina. Yes and no. Like, at that point, though, that is actually starts becoming a matter of preference and a matter of taste. Because it's the story that they chose to tell, it's the story they wanted to tell. And I think for what it is, they tell it well, but at the same time, I do understand the natural, like, hey, we had a very grounded human story, I wanted a grounded human resolution. Totally fine. Totally within your rights to want that. Totally in your rights to seek that. And wish that that's what we got. It wasn't. Because they wanted to tell a story about on a more, like a higher plane conceptual level, and ultimately kill a god for the resolution. So that's what they got. If you wanted them, though I will say, it's one of those things that really goes for an emotional impact more so than like a logical one. Like, it goes for the emotional impact of you have the big clock counting up, the death counter counting up, you have all of that going forward, you have the stress, you have everything else that's happening, and I think they do that part well. Though I understand if you would have preferred them to have a different form of resolution where there either is either a more strict defeat or more people talking about things, having a meeting, talking it over, figuring out a plan together, so they're not just fighting basically until the death, until the statues happen. Because they opened up the opportunity for a meeting when you have Nyla and Kurth and all of them show up. And then I do agree that it does feel odd when they're like suddenly, oh, by the way, they're not going to go back to Ike and tell them anything. They're just going to stay there and fight with Micaiah. Because that definitely feels wrong. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Radiant Dawn is not a perfect story. It has some issues. But like I said, those issues, I guess coming back to my main point though, those issues cycle back and hit at points where they are trying to either over-explain things that don't necessarily need extra explanation, or trying to hand-wave things that do need a little bit more input. I guess is the way I'm gonna put it, because like, yeah, for the most part, and I've talked to a number of people on this because of my channel and whatnot, the issues people have with Radiant Dawn's story, that then they act like it ruins everything, are the Blood Pact, or the Deus Ex Machina involvement. And I don't think they ruin the entire story. I think that they do cause their own sets of issues, but they don't ruin everything. In my mind, at least. I still think it's a very solid story. It's just definitely a different scale. And it's the largest scale story they've tried to tell, like the farthest zoomed out they've tried to tell, and those sorts of stories are tricky. It can be hard to very effectively tell a zoomed out story. And in a similar way, I don't hate Three Houses' story either. I may not be absolutely in love with it like a lot of people are, but I don't hate it. I know that some of my clips and whatnot might make me sound otherwise. I don't. Just like I don't hate the Engage story. It is definitely solely what it wanted to be and not at all what other people wanted it to be, but I don't think it's inherently bad. I just think it tried in weird ways. I think that overall if you take it surface level as kind of a fun romp through Fire Emblem, it works. But it still has some issues and problems to it that are kind of more in the fundamental of, like, what the story is the whole point. Three Houses... Three Houses is an overall good story. Rather, it's an overall interesting and engaging story that is told in an interesting way, that leaves a lot to be desired and tends to fall flat on its face when certain questions get asked that it's not ready for. Three Houses decided that it wanted to go for, for lack of a better term, spectacle and impact than necessarily coherence. It's very interesting the way that they did the split route with the, like, split routes, multiple, you know, unreliable narrators, that sort of thing. I think that's very interesting. It definitely has its imperfections. It definitely has its very strong moments of character, though. And it's hard to say whether any one of these really outweighs any other. Wow, all the double colorless, but only one Ponyta. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, it's like, okay, it tried a lot, it shot for the moon. In some ways it got it right, it got it really well, and in other ways it absolutely fell flat on its face. And I think overall it succeeded more than it failed. Overall, in my opinion, it succeeded more than it failed. Though, when it failed, it failed all out. It reached for the stars to fail. And it's not the worst. It's not the worst story they could have told. I may not like certain ways that things are told, but it's not the worst story they've told. I really need to pump this thing up to hit for more than smash kick. Is that paralyze or poison? Paralyze. Okay, great. Okay, quick attack, finish this off. Like, there's a couple things in every one of the stories that I can point to, in every arc that I can point to, that I'm like, this is a fundamental issue. Do I think that totally ruins the game? No. But do I think it weakens the story they're trying to tell? Yeah. Is it irreparable? No. Is the game really, really dense of a slog and I don't want to play it again? Yeah. Did me saying my thoughts on Three Houses burn out all my viewership? Yes. Apparently. Let's just do this. It's getting quite late. It's well after midnight. The YouTube bar that tells me how many people are watching just crashed it. Yeah, the YouTube bar that tells me how many people are watching said that 0 people were watching anymore, and the chat went silent, so I was worried for a second. Oh, of course you get paralysis too. Great, thank you. Am I gonna draw a Rapidash? Anytime Pokeball, are you gonna roll heads? Nope. I mean, I can guarantee that I don't get stunned if I throw out this Bulbasaur that has no energy. Just thinking about the conflict in Teleus. Yeah, no worries. Again, I haven't played Radiant Dawn in a long time. I'm gonna need to do that again before I really make any more statements about its story, because these are all statements that I'm making based on like 10-year-old memories. I'll hurl those songs for problems, twisted a pretty weak sauce, yeah. Oh, Ponyta, no. Yeah, the insistence on, hey, we need an evil team that's... We need an enemy that everyone can agree is bad, that everyone will hate, so that we can make sure that we have at least one person to point to and say, well, no matter how morally gray things are, we're going to, like, that... No matter how morally gray things are, if you're against them, you're definitely in the right. And so those who slither in the dark are definitely problematic for the story in itself. It's like, I'm fine having some pure evil in the story. That ain't my problem. My problem is kind of half the time they're this big malevolent force, and the other half of the time they might as well not even exist. It's like, make up your mind a little bit. I think I rotate Eevee out. Wait, no, I got a second Eevee. Rotate Doduo out. And I can put in a Jolteon. I'll put in this one. Professor Oak goes in. Energy Retrieval. Energy Removal goes in. Maybe... Gust of Wind goes in. Maybe Gambler comes out. Recycle comes out. And I'm not really dumping my energy, so maybe I don't need as much energy retrieval. Yeah. It's the horse emblem deck because it's just horses. Got you thinking about the game. Gonna be in your head for a while now. Yeah, no worries. Well, I am going to hit the bed. It's been over 4 hours. I completed my goal. I made a pretty well-functioning deck in 4 hours. Got most of the trainer staples that I'm looking for. I'm not sure how to exit now. I guess it's a Game Boy game. I'd just turn off the system. I create a suspend point just so I don't accidentally overwrite that. Yeah, it was fun. Well, glad I got you thinking about the game. Radiant Dawn is still one of my all-time favorite Fire Emblem games, just favorite games in general, and I will eventually replay it on the channel again. I don't know when that's going to be. When's the next stream? That is a great question. So, I want to finish off this game. Just finish off this playthrough on stream again. I need to finish off Genealogy's Iron Man. Whatever happens, happens. So it's like, I want to finish off this game, then we grind out Genealogy, and then we do that FE6 draft run that I drafted like 2 months ago. Though with my current schedule, stream times are a bit iffy, so I'm gonna say streams are gonna be a Tuesday night type thing. I can't really do much else outside of Tuesday nights. Can't really guarantee anything else. Might have a sporadic stream on like a Friday or Saturday. Or Monday. Like Friday, Saturday, and Monday depend on other people's schedules and how I'm feeling. But Tuesday is the most reliable day for me streaming, still depending on how I'm feeling and how family's doing. So if I were to give you any specific answer, next stream would be Tuesday. Next Tuesday. So if that maintains to be true, I'll see you next week. Thank you so much for showing up and chatting the whole time. It's been like almost 4.5 hours. Thanks for hanging out with me. Hope you've been able to be doing something else productive and not just sitting here watching me, but even if that's the case, I hope you enjoyed and relaxed. Have a good night, everyone. This is Mythful Zenith, signing out.